Well, hello, my good friends. Habage here, and I'm glad you're dropping by to hang out and get a little taste of Stardew Valley here on a Sunday afternoon for me. Just clicked over, and I know I had updated the schedule today to say 12:30, but it is actually just a hair after 12. Got done with the stuff I needed to get started here, and so we'll just get going and enjoy our day. Hope your day is going great. Your weekend has been as well. I'm a little froggy. I think there may be a little clearing of the throat today. So hope you guys can endure that a little bit. But have no fear. It is still just the continuing. Yesterday there was no wind. April 30th, last day of April, was absolutely gorgeous. It worked out really cool. I'll tell you guys about it. But yeah, the whole month of April. I don't know, because I was out of town at the beginning of the month. I don't know if we'd gotten significant rain any of those days or snow. But ever since I came back on the 8th or something like that, we haven't had more than like a drizzly evening for about 5-10 minutes that I can remember. So we really could use some rain. But here in Stardew, we don't have to worry about that too much. It is summer. We've been in a bit of a dry spout, but we may actually have a rainy day upcoming. I don't recall, and I didn't play any yesterday, so what we did do throughout the day yesterday was spend the time getting the videos moved over to YouTube. I hadn't been exporting them as they'd gone along, and they'd kind of stacked up, so I was able to work those through piece by piece. So they're all over there. If you missed any and going through Twitch to get the VODs doesn't do it for you, or you want the playlist, or you catch this one years down the road somehow and the others have expired, I don't know, go check out YouTube. We got a couple seasons now. They are all grouped both in the Stardew Valley playlists and in the just upload section. So right now they're the most current stuff going on. Anyway, I think that's enough of an intro. Let's kick things off and say hello. Again, I am Habage, but our little dude here is Ethoball. He is a character out of the Alexander the Great's conquest history. So, kind of cool, dude. It is not raining today, but what do we have going on in the world? It is the last day of summer. It's going to be nice tomorrow, because it always is on the first day of a season. And not too much luck. That's okay. The last couple hours of our day are going to be down at the Lunaloo Festival, the Festival of the Midnight Jellies. So that will be a highlight. And we're learning all about bread. It's got yeast, it's got flour. Those are the main parts of it. A little water and making some dough, letting it rise. A little something to sweeten it up, get that yeast going. All good. All right, well, we learned how to cook bread. We are not incredibly far from potentially getting that first house upgrade and getting the kitchen in place. Tonight around 10 o'clock, a rare and beautiful event will take place. The Moonlight Jellies will be passing by Pelican Town on their long journey south for the winter. We're all gathering at the beach to watch. You don't want to miss this. See you tonight, Demetrius. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the invite. He's got a little bit of a special interest. Now, as we go across here, I am just going to peek up. She is still working on the barn, and while I don't think I care enough to pop in there and see if she's swinging her hammer or anything, we'll just accept that she's not working on it, and we'll be back tomorrow to finish up, which is great. I'd just as soon have her still working. Oops. So that we can, because we won't be able to get up there and visit her on Monday because we'll be busy with our crops. And we're going to figure all that out today. Again, we're going to revisit it. That's why I didn't want to leave off and do this Sunday the 28th game day at the end of the last stream. Had we done so, we would be coming in trying to figure out our crops and rushing into things, not having a good setup. Today, without many other activities as priorities, I don't think we have outstanding quests. We can go check the board and see if there's just anything that we want to do to knock something out once we get done around the farm here. Otherwise, we'll probably just do more prep work. Cleaning up the farm, looking for things that need attention, and maybe doing a lot more of the layout here of what the farm will become. So, oh man, alright, hang on. Oh, that was the host calling me back, and I wasn't sure if there was urgency. He's like, "Oh, I'm just calling to chat," and I was like, "Well, I'm a little tied up right now, but somebody has you over to their house the day before, and then you accidentally take spoons. You got to answer that call. Spoons, you say? Yeah. Well, let's figure out where we're at, and then we'll have story time here. So we have these 9 fields, and we kind of talked about what pricing might be, what we'd like to do, but let's run back through that while we're out here. So up here where we had blueberries, I think those 2 fields are going to be cranberries. This corn will stay alive and continue. These tomatoes are gone, so that will be replaced. These I don't think will bloom tomorrow, but in any event, we can keep sunflowers going because they should be a batch of free seeds. So we basically already got 5 fields laid out that we will plan on replanting, and all of these that we'll plan on replanting as well, with grapes and fairy rose flowers for the bees. So let's get that and that. And normally, I'd like to, in an ideal world, I'd love to be sitting at about 200 when we finish that, so we can get through all of winter and spring and still be building up some new food dishes. I think we're going to be okay. We've got more peppers, and through the winter, we'll be getting more cheese as we go, so we can make pepper poppers, and those are a great way to refill energy after watering if we've needed that, and then take to the mines and stuff with us too. So we're constantly getting speed boosts and then supplementing with the hops. So we shouldn't be just desperately out of them. But goodbye all our friends, honeys and hops and peppers that we've been doing so well selling as we've gone. In prep mode, should also take a look here. So I think we'll use 3 of these with these 3 around our little sprinkler over to below the hops there. Those will take care of everything we need. Because we're into the last season, even if we get an ancient seed now, we will sit on it until we have our greenhouse. Because just planting one, even though we would get 1 seed and technically could turn that over and use a seed maker on it to get more. I would rather plant it in the greenhouse and know that it can continue where we're just into the fall season. That makes sense. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One, you're just not going to get as big a return, right? Because we could, theoretically, as soon as those animals start going, we could actually have the greenhouse before fall completely ends. But once we planted an ancient seed, assuming we even get one, right? There's no guarantee, but assuming that we do, once we plant it, it's never going to go away. It can stay there for as long as we want, until or unless we want to put a deluxe speed grow on it at some point, knowing that the best fertilizer we'll be able to use going forward is speed grow. So we have 5 of these, and what we may do then is go down today and see if we can get a final rare seed from the Wandering Merchant right now. Let's go. Wait, I didn't even finish watering. What am I doing? Now, you may be saying, but that's silly. All these plants are here, and they're going to die. But by watering them, they'll look like the hops that have been hit by lightning tomorrow, and we can clear them with a scythe. And the ground below, while it won't remain fertilized, should remain hoed and farmland. It'll be dry, we'll have to water it again, but we won't have to go around and do all that hoeing with the one tool that we don't have any upgrades on. So that's the idea here. Where there aren't any things planted, the 2 fields that we did not plant back with wheat, those will likely all be gone, and we'll have logs and stones and whatever other kind of farm trash popping up there with the change of the seasons. But overall, we will have far less clearing to do to get started in the morning. So while we're headed down, let's get the scythe. It's 11:20. Oh, before we go too far, yeah. So that's the only thing we have going. We'll come back around and see if there's kind of a quickie throwaway quest. All right, so got our axe. This would be on the edge. And what I'm thinking is that we may not plant it'll just depend on the day and where our finances are at after we account for all of our established fields. But we may set these up with quality sprinklers and have limited planting or limited water needs to expand again how much we're getting out of crops, because it's fall and we can make a bunch of money. So just like all the other seasons, we would rather be broke at the beginning of the season and set to earn a lot more late than hang on to too much money for like a kitchen or something like that. If we can get items that will keep us going. So poppy, we've got a few more. We'll check the box, but I'm sure we did a field of poppies and bought or kept a few of those. So we've got one for the community center. Ooh, let's do this. Sandfish, not too difficult to catch, but difficult to get to, and that could help us finish the glittering boulder deal. And here you can see 2,500. We sell those for 500, and that's a considerable deal, but that's why it's great to have those in advance. Just come through here and see. Oh, again, we missed the noon opportunity to check the bush up by the park. I think once we've done this, other than incidental energy stuff, we're not not going to try to go accomplish things. We'll probably wander around chat a little bit where we find people. If there's something on Pierre's board that we have and can run over and deliver to somebody, we'll do that. But just a kind of relaxing, quiet last day of the season. Get us started for this session and get the farm ready to start the fall. And I don't think we're going to swing down to the wizard. Let's go around this way. We'll obviously want to go drop some of this stuff off at the farm, but if we do find that there's any kind of delivery we can make, oh, hey, I know. Yeah, they do. You wanna come over and see? I kind of got a quiet day. Come take a walk. Oh yeah, we're not. Oh, that'll be nice. We're not romancing Meru. We've decided nothing on the board for us. I'm pretty sure we already have 6 speed grow, right? Yeah, nothing overly appealing. Maybe that's what we can do, since there's no quest and I don't really have gift items. We can go back and see if we can, I think like exotic foraging we're ready to complete, and we can take this Sandfish to secure it away. Just go up and do a few more of the bundles. We'd made some recent progress there, knowing that we'll get a couple little rewards. We can do keys challenge as well, but we're going to get stopped short pretty quickly because of the beet, rhubarb, one of those, something desert based. And last day of the year, we'll hang on to a couple of those. They make decent birthday gifts. We can now sell the dwarf scroll. Check here again. I don't see speed grow there, but I really thought we'd bought some. Yeah, there we go. So we want that for the fairy roses. Let's try artisan. I don't think we have anything more there. We don't really have anything for the animals yet, and we don't have the fall crop, so nothing significant here. We should have that we could take. We have that. I don't know if we're sitting on one of those. We should now have one of those, and we've got that, and we've got that, so we can take a lot of this stuff. Still don't have that. We could take the rest of those. This is just kind of like, you know, paying a bill before it's due. Paying your taxes early or something like, you know, you're giving away potentially interest on all that stuff when it's sitting in your boxes. Now, it's giving us no greater benefit there, except that in the case of, like, let's say an oak resin, right? Obviously, we could be making that into a keg, but somebody may put up a quest, hey, I really need an oak resin. I'll give you 1,000 G for it if you can give it to me now. Well, if I've already put in the bundle, that's not an option. If they asked for it, though, I could give it to them and then wait for the next one to pop, knowing I still don't have wine or a rabbit's foot or a pomegranate to put in with the rest of the bundle. So, on the flip side, though, you can't accidentally throw some of these things away. This is what I was really trying to look at. So we have certainly that, and that, and that, and I think one of those still. So we could go those 4, and then any of these, really. And I'll probably go with these 2 because we're going to be getting far more oak resin than we can use at the moment. And we don't have enough to finish our fall and winter foraging. What are some of the other odds and ends that we talked about here? I know this is one. This. Nothing else from there? Right, it's this box that we really want to hit. Alright, so we want one of those, one of those, one of those, and one of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then there was, I think, is it another purple and another red? Right? And a fiddlehead and a maple syrup. Here, I don't think we have anything else added to the box that we haven't already taken. Up here, I don't... Oh, we need one of those, right? We need a chub. And then the flower box. We'll take one of those. And one of those. Oh, and did we have... We have not held an urchin, so we will need to grab an urchin at some point. Alright, well this is a good way to, otherwise sort of wasted day. We could go chop more trees, eat more food, and do all that on the farm. But, hey, now we can run around and talk to people. I'm struggling to make ends meet. I don't have enough patience. I will try not to rip off an arm in a combine thresher. How about that? Caroline? I'm just going to relax and think positively. Do you ever take a day off? I'm trying to today, actually. So, yes. Alright, here we go. Let's go do the best first. Alright, we're going to have our dessert before dinner. Fill up on junk. Alright, here we go. Boom. 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 Oh, these were only 5. Okay, well, let's do that and that. It's one more keg. And we get 5 autumn bounties. Very good, but as we saw, better as a day when we're foraging. We'd missed this one, well, that we have a common mushroom, but since none of the rest of that stuff is available yet, we'll leave that be. I don't think we have anything for up there, right? It's all just over on the bulletin board now. Oh, and the fish tank. Specialty sea view. And here, Chanters. Oh, well, that worked out well. Unintentional. Here. That. 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 And that. And this. And this. So that goes from not much of anything in it to fairly well started, right? Lots more to be done, certainly, but a few of those precious items that I don't want to worry about accidentally misclicking as a gift or anything like that are all now safely in their places, and we don't have to worry about it anymore. So it's 7 o'clock p.m. Let's go ahead and show off our shiny purple hair. Oh, I already got these. We'll walk over here. Oh, I didn't bring a fishing rod. That was a mistake. Always be ready for fishing, right? So anyway, it was my buddy's birthday, or not his birthday, but like birthday day is Saturday, right? Like, hey, I'm having a birthday coming up. We're all adults and adulting, and we don't. It's not like, hey, yeah, I want a bunch of presents or anything like that. It's like, hey, I want to hang out with my friends. That's what's important nowadays. So, his girlfriend let everybody know, hey, I'm going to be cooking burgers. Come over, bring a side, kind of deal, and we'll have a good little evening. So it was really more of an afternoon. It was like 3 o'clock, but she said, anytime between 2 and 3, come on over. And some folks got there a little later than that, but we had lots of good food and appetizers and stuff, and sides with our burgers, which were cooked awesomely. Very good. Let's do one, just for my embarrassment. So while we were knowing that my buddy is not like a big salad veggie kind of guy, he's much more of a, oh man, I had that guy. Much more meat and potatoes sort of appetite. So we'd all joke like, well, hey, if we're all bringing sides, everything should have like cheese and bacon and that kind of stuff, right? Because I can't. What? I was trying to get the diagonal shot. It wasn't going. Will it not? This is going to be very much more difficult. Oh, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I don't know why we might have to do a second round of this. So anyway, I've several times talked about how in the course of my parents' moves, I ended up with... Oh, is that it? That was miserable. Hang on a second. I ended up with a cookbook. A couple of them, but some of these that were off her shelf. And when it was like, hey, we're all going to bring sides, I was like, this is the opportunity. When I'm just cooking for myself or something, whatever. But I was like, all right, so we're all going to try to have something, like bacon accompanied or whatever for this theme among the sides for his birthday. And I found these little like toasty bacon cheese things. And I don't know if U.S. folks, you guys may know of these. Like if you go to the grocery store, usually like either in the dairy section, but more often they're kind of over by like a deli or whatever. At least in my grocery store layouts, they'll have like some appetizer stuff, and these are like soft kind of cheese balls. They're kind of the size of about a softball maybe, and usually if you're having people over or whatever, you put it on a plate with a little knife and like Triscuits and things like that. You cut off a little bit of it. It's soft. It's not like cutting off a slice of a piece of cheddar. You kind of pull this bit off, but it's kind of a cheddary orange cheese, softened and then usually rolled in almond, like chopped almonds, so it has a little something on the outside. Well, this was a lot like that. The mixture that I had in this recipe was cheddar cheese, bacon, obviously, that was the deal, and some almonds, and some mayo, and some Worcestershire sauce. And you mix up this big mass of stuff, and then you kind of take a little ball of it, and you can put it on stuff like Melba toast, if you know what that is, or basically small, thin, or long French loaf sliced fine, and then you put those little pieces of bread on a baking sheet, put them in the oven, and put little balls of this cheesy mixture on top for 10-15 minutes. They melt down, and they're pretty good. At least nobody. I made like 3 plates of them, and they didn't last until the next one came out of the oven while I was working on them. So people seem to like them, and that's all I could really hope for. That, and that it doesn't seem as though anybody got sick. So yay! Although there really wasn't much chance. It went from store to test run in my kitchen and preparing all the ingredients, and then moving it all over to the party in the course of about 4 hours tops. So I think everybody's pretty safe, and the stuff that needed to be chilled did stay in the fridge in between those times. So pretty good. But when I got over there, I'd done one batch at home to kind of figure out what I was dealing with, and then wanting them to, some of them to be hot. You can have them either room temperature or heated. I was like, well, if you guys are cool with it, I'll just, use your oven, cycle it through a couple times, and warm these things up to serve to people. Oh, yeah, no problem at all. Well, I'd brought over in like a coverable dish the rest of this like mixed up cheese and mayo concoction, right? And you basically need a couple spoons to form the little balls to put on the pieces of toast. So I was doing that, and there was still a little bit left over. And I was like, well, if we do another batch, I'm just going to put these spoons in here. Don't let me forget. They'll be waiting for you there. Turned out that both his girlfriend, who was the one I told that, and I forgot. And when we went to leave all those hours later, I just grabbed the dish out of the refrigerator, got home, and discovered this morning that there were 2 spoons still inside it. So I was wondering when he called, like, hey, man, you got my spoons? I need my spoons back, kind of deal. But no, not at all. And the worst part of this, all right, I'm going to try one more time since we're here and we got all the time. Come on. Okay. I seem to be able to. Oh, you know what may be a problem here is that it is a bad luck day. And so that may be why I'm not getting as many opportunities at wagon wheels and coffee and... No, no. Ah! Okay, that was something. Let's do that. Probably a waste, but... it's not really feeling good. Gotta have the coins to be able to upgrade the weapons. I'm not completely incompetent. I mean, we did make it through despite Abigail's coffee. You can hear how gamer elite my keyboard is. Oh! I was just blinded by the thrill of the coffee. Oh, but I still do have that in reserve now. Oh, I don't know how I squeezed around him. I'm not picking up any of this stuff. Better just go. Was trying to get that one guy on the lone left side. Alright, well, that was embarrassing. Guys, my fingers are tired. I wasn't very productive. I wasn't very productive today either, Marnie. You and me both. Did we already talk to all these people? Maybe we did. Elliot seems all talked out. Alright, well, it's 9:10. We've still got about an hour to kill. We already walked over to the trash cans. We already foraged up there. Is there anything over here? Hey guys. Oh, there's Abigail. How's it going, Abigail? Want if I walk with you? Do you really the urge to go exploring? I kind of am right now. Maybe we'll be neighbors someday. I think we both have similar weird tastes and similar purpley preference in our clothing, hair color. All right, well, you're coming down to the beach, right? It was cool talking to you. I'm going to go get a front row seat because I don't have anything better to do. You know what we haven't done? I haven't looked at these. Old and faded tombstone. That one doesn't have anything. Our beloved Mona. And because we have the Dorvish translation guide, I don't think that we'd seen this after we got Dorvish last time. Stand between the pillars three, with gift as precious as the sky, a rainbow forged from land not sea, then galaxies will heed your cry. Anybody who is unfamiliar with that, if you're worried about spoilers, jump ahead a little bit. We're going to talk about it here in case you don't already know what it is. But again, this is not a blind playthrough. I've played this game many times, and this is kind of the secret hint because I think most of us learn from watching other playthroughs or just through word of mouth or the wiki or some kind of a tip. You end up using your first prismatic shard with Gunther or whatever. But this is the warning. It doesn't give it away completely, but this explains the three pillars in the desert, and the gift, being the shard, is as precious as anything. It's a rainbow forged from the land, not although sometimes you fish it up, so that's a little weird. But anyway, forged from the land, and then the galaxies will heed our cry and convert our sword convert the shard into the galaxy sword, at which point we can then buy the galaxy hammer and dagger as well. So anyway, we are now hanging out at the Festival of the Moonlight Jellies. Some of this kind of stuff is awesome. I really like it for the kids once we get them, but I don't think we're going to super rush. I think even now that we have Haley and have hopefully the chance to get the Mermaid's Pendant before winter, which I would do is as soon as I have that ability, I will do it so that we have it and don't have to worry about it. But I really do want to do the full 10-heart friendship with Penny, Leah, and Abigail so that we can see all of their cutscenes. I know I've done Abigail's before. I don't know that I've done the others, though. So I'd like to see what they have to share or whatever when we get to the point of romancing a little bit more than just buddies. So I'm not going to buy anything here. These are awesome, but $5,000 right now for one. They're awesome because they're +4 fishing. Eventually, we'll very specifically try to get the right animals in fish ponds so that we can get the ingredients to make those. But that doesn't come along, and this is really a pretty good option. Sometimes you will find it cheaper through the traveling merchant, and if it's affordable, whatever your price range is, grab these, because when you're getting some of those toughest fish, even when you've got level 10 and you've got iridium and you got tackle, there's still, you're basically just going on luck, and 4 extra levels extends the fish bar like you had 4 more levels. So very good for getting the legendary fish, and lava eel and scorpion carp, I think, are the ones that jump to my mind. Octopus as well. So there's some that every little bit helps. Anyway, nothing today. They are romantic. I'm glad you're hanging out with your husband back here. Hey, Pam. Don't tell Gus, but I'm a little disappointed there's no buffet tonight. Well, it's a little late. I don't know about chowing down after 10. You young folks hanging out on Twitch and all that. I remember the good old days of, hey, it's like 11 o'clock. Let's order a pizza. Hey, Penny, I need to get into the mode of, oh, Penny. Isn't this beautiful? I know that you're a bit depressing by talking about how it's such a simple, happy life for the jellies to not be sentient and just getting carried along with the waves, which they're Lunaloos, and I think they're fully sentient. No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't harm Sebastian, especially if he got pushed in. I thought I saw something moving in the dark. In there, something big, something dark. Just trying to scare you. All right, dude. Hey, Abby. Such a rare and exciting thing. I know, it's kind of like exploring, isn't it? See, we make a cute couple. I know she's got the blue on over the top, but our purple, mine's a little darker, but you don't have to. It's not like I'm trying to find a clone of myself. Haley, should have brought my camera. I always forget. I know. Can't believe summer's over. I feel like it just started. Well, we got fall, and that's grid ball season, right? So you should like that. It's a heavy load of people for an ancient dock. I'll stay over here near the beach. Which is ironic. And you know what? I never, in all the times that I've clicked through all this stuff, I never considered Sam does the whole, I wonder if they're poisonous. Maybe I shouldn't push Sebastian in after all. I've got to imagine that Sam, being his best friend in town, is pretty aware that even if he can manage to swim, it is one of Sebastian's absolutely least liked activities, right? He's told us about it many times, but I've never considered that Sam's talking about the poisonous jellyfish, and my reaction is always kind of just like what it was. Well, they wouldn't be that poisonous. I mean, they're probably formidable and defensive, but, I don't think they'd go out of their way to get a nice guy like Sebastian. I never even once thought about the fact they're all the way down at the end of the pier, and Sam is talking about pushing his buddy into what is way out there, deep water. I mean, that's pretty messed up for a guy who clearly does not enjoy the water. So, Sam, dude, rest. And Sam, I think, is a good kid, right? He said, I don't want to do it, or maybe I shouldn't. So, he was just trying to have a funny. Let's not take him too seriously. But I never considered the fact that Sebastian would have been truly mortified to get pushed in the water, much more than I would have. I'd have kind of laughed it off. Although you get stung by a jellyfish, ew. Look out there at the endless sea. Deep underwater, all kinds of life forms are moving around in the dark. Eerie, isn't it? I know, it's like an alien world here on Earth. I wore my special shoes tonight. No, I used to call those out often. If we keep polluting the oceans, the jellies will surely go extinct. It's already in the process of happening. Surely is a bit bold. They may rise up and become terrestrial and take us out if we keep polluting through their rage. Speaking of my fun hamburger cookout the other day, like I said, number of my friends that have, surprisingly grown children now, right? They're all still in school, but not the little kids they used to be, right? And that was part of what was so fun about hanging out and having all these conversations. They're old enough now that they don't want to sit and talk for hours, and they were kind of on their phones and all that too. But they're engaged and they're involved, and they know all of us, and they're like, yeah, we can jump in and talk about stuff. Even the youngest kid that was with us was talking about his soccer and all that kind of stuff. Hey, Rasmodius, how you doing, buddy? You're not that well. No, I just cared to look. And here it is. I'm here to observe the Lunaloos, or Moonlight Jellies, as you call them. I do not. I call them Lunaloos, you assumptive person. They possess an unusually potent magical aura for an aquatic life form. I know, and I absolutely love the name Lunaloo. I don't know what it is about that, but I think it's just, I don't know. It's so fitting for this little kind of whimsical scene and all that, and they're characters you never are going to see more of, but the fact that that he has that comment that, and here's Demetrius talking about them, in the humanized term, right? The Moonlight Jelly, what a remarkable species. We're very lucky that they stop here on their long journey south. And so he's equally enthralled with them, and I think respectful. He understands their migratory habits, them as a species, probably how they fit into the kind of their habitat. He says that they've still got mysteries to be solved, right? That's where science, if it's right, we're not doing a ton of experiments on why does gravity make dirt fall on the ground and not float up on a still day, right? Don't have to keep asking that. But there are questions to keep him intrigued about the Moonlight jellies. Not to mention, he actually, makes this into a community deal instead of, hey, I need everybody to stay away from the beach on the last night of summer because I'm going to be doing experiments and measuring the amount of light needed to attract a certain ratio of jellies, which would probably be good information, but it is the other side of that wizard's coin that he's equally admiring of this part of their. Oh, see, I would have left you hanging, Evelyn. Sorry. He's equally impressed by them. He wants to share that with the community because everyone, I think, almost universally seems to feel that it is a worthwhile and beautiful event. Which, speaking of which, let's get it going. Yeah, let's do it. But he defines that through much more human perspective, whereas Rasmodius is much more in to whatever sensitivity he has to their magical auras. He's gained insight into how they refer to themselves, I guess, and is more insightful that apparently they do have some sense of self and the fact that we're there as well, and much as we're looking at them in wonder, they're doing the same thing. At least I'm reading a lot into that clearly, but it just so much food for thought in what I think a lot of people, after you've seen it a few times, it's like, okay, yeah, there go the babies right out by Jazz. She gets to see them. Vincent doesn't get to see the rare green jelly because it's going to come over to us, not see him yet. He's just, he hasn't grown enough to establish an aura, but look at it. It looks very reminiscent of certain earlier video games. Oh, speaking of which, here's another fun thing out of yesterday. While we're talking, me and this littlest kid who discovered the foosball table and was playing with one of my friends while I'm kind of just standing there, we're all chatting. And he was talking about whatever the latest Tony Hawk video game is, which I've not played. That's definitely outside my current window. But it got me thinking, and how great a late 80s video game was. And if you know this or are of my era and can remember it. Oh, we never did the shoot. Hang on. We'll be fine, guys. It's already 12:10. We're going to have to eat. We'll just do hops for now. Yeah, late night. This is all the stuff I should have been doing, and I wanted to wander around and play Prairie King badly. Although I think we maybe got some hops there. Okay, so here's what I'm talking about down here. Let's lay these fields out so they're ready. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, and then on this line, which is always tough as you get started because it doesn't follow with you. And then up to here. And let's just fill in this. And then here, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And we'll do this one first. Okay, now it's 1. The other thing that will be the most help is to get this barrier all the way done up. And I know we could probably take out that rock now. Just hasn't. Okay. We've still got a few gaps, but that's good. Gets us a faster pathway all the way through. And just like that. Okay, now we gotta get into bed, but before we do, let's try to pad out our energy at least halfway so that hopefully we will get a full start tomorrow and not have to waste extra time eating. All right, are we ready? Madness of fall. Fun of fall, right? And look at that, we still add a little bit more cash. As I said, these don't go very far once we've gotten the 4. We'll want, I think each one does get you a different clothing item, but because they're not that, once we set up the chest to save some of those kind of things, I think we might have done that. We can just start holding on to those until we have rabbits or sheep or whatever to give us wool, make cloth, make clothes. All right, very good, right? I think we're ready. Are you guys ready? Here we go. No time to waste. Go. Very happy spirits. Sunflowers. You'll harvest them, not only be a nice flower, but you'll likely get some seeds as well. You can replant those seeds or sell them also. Yeah, and rain tomorrow, not bad. We did not get our full energy back. I will see how everything plays out here in the course of things. Let's just check this. Hey, we can get escargot out of Willy. We're going to get a boost in friendship for having gone to the Lunaloos. Escargot, I talked about that. I had that for the first time in years just a couple weeks ago on another birthday. This is kind of the round of birthdays, couple buddies, both within a week. And it seems like that's pretty common. I have a couple friends with birthdays right around now, a couple friends with birthdays right in the middle of February, and myself and a few others have birthdays all kind of before or around Labor Day in the fall. So you get these like, wait, all right, what are we doing for your birthday? And then months of nothing. We're going to make up our own fun. So Gus' recipe for salmon dinner, which is one of Alex's loved things. And in the fall, we can actually catch some salmon, so we should stock up on those. All right, well, we got a couple. And then let's sell these. And like I said, so we don't have sprinklers. These fields don't stay wet for us, but they remain fields, and that's a big time saver. And as we talked about, we do get the sunflowers ready. I hadn't been sure, and that's why I left the poppies. If you don't have the money to, or whatever, it's certainly a good reason to go through and break a few hops if you need the flowers. And I basically threw away money there, right? We could have gotten all of those and this is the one chore between seasons I don't like, because you got to be so careful to get the ones behind the bee houses and the scarecrows. All right, wild honey, I'm going to leave that. Let's do these. Oh, and that stayed fertilized. Can you believe that? Because this is an in-season crop. How good. And we've got 25 seeds, so good enough luck to keep us even. The only thing we need to do is make sure we don't wander outside of these fertilized tiles, but there we go. We've already got 2 fields, other than watering, taken care of and ready to go. Now, since we still have time and energy, let's do as much of this as we can. again, where we could dabble ahead at any point and wouldn't be wasting time as piers will be open when we get there. I think now we are 100% there, but we have the time. We're doing very, very well here, so let's go ahead and certainly do one more here. I have to imagine at the very least we could put in some wheat and would only have to water the outer ring. And if we finally have more seeds, we'll just use the remaining part of the day and eat and hoe those up separately. Okay, wow. Over here, nothing to store, but we want these. Let's put one back, since we're not going to use it, and we'll pull these. And guess we can go... Oh, I don't have the water can. I'm going to hold on to those, even though it's going to fill up my inventory a little bit. That away and that away. Grab that. I think we'll have enough room. I'll put that away. And then here, store those. One more just so we have 5. And then we'll sell those for extra cash at piers today. And, why not? Clay. Oh, I guess we can toss it if we... I don't think we're going to be pinched for space. Like I said, we should have plenty of room. So everybody remember our counts of things. It's pretty easy. And let's take a look. Ooh, Penny. We've got lots of good birthday gifts for Penny now. Elliot, not so much. I know Lobster. Pomegranate, which we don't have. I think those are the 2 I know of for sure. He may be one of the many diamond folks as well. I don't know. But those are the 2 we got to think about. Mainly, we can't forget Penny tomorrow, because I'm sure we'll be... I'm getting some supplies for the saloon. Pierre's got the good stuff. He sure does, because it's mostly my stuff. Now. Animals are so innocent and sweet, and if I don't look after them, who will? I will soon. I just hope my chickens aren't too upset when I take their eggs. I don't think they notice. Fall seeds are here. Crops don't grow in winter, so this is your last shot until spring. Better go all out, huh? I'm going all out, dude. Here we go. Let's do just that. But before we do, 1188. Boom. And 1320. Boom. Not quite getting all the way up to 40. If we'd been really smart, I would have brought those 2 pale ales as well. That would have pushed us over the top. But hey, we're doing great. So we have 9 pumpkin seeds somewhere. Maybe I left those in with the produce. We'll have to track them down. But we should need 16 of these. And then let's get the most important stuff. We have to do 6. These are the best honey of the year. And sunflower seeds don't do anything for honey. You could surround a bee completely in sunflowers, and it won't do anything. You can't make sunflower honey because, I think, sunflowers can be used with oil to make sunflower oil. Or oil. I've never really even gotten that far. I guess maybe we should do that just as a matter of saying we can. All right. Now we need, and this is our mathy bit here. Fortunately, I know it well. So each of those little sections, the 2 sprinklers with the 2 beehives or a scarecrow or whatever, each of those is 12, 6 on top, 6 on the bottom of the grapes. 3 of those right now, so that's 36. If we now we suffer for our tier. All right, this is going to be the big one. We're going to do 50 of those at 240. I don't even want to look. All right, so we still got 22 grand. That it was big, but only, like we said, just 10 grand and change. So, that should pay itself back very, very well when we get to it. Now, Fortunately, we've already got corn, so we don't have to lay out that big expense. We do need to do eggplant. These are 5 days, and like peppers and everything else, they will continue to keep plugging out eggplants for us. Not to mention they're a part of the bundle, so a full section of those, 25. All right, now that's our top row with the corn. This is one side of the sunflowers. The pumpkins would be the other. So those are 2 rows. So now we've got 3 left in the fields that we had been tending in the last year. And we want for sure yams because they are also part of the bundle. And we'll do a full batch of those. And then we want bok choy. 25 of those. And that fills up our remaining 7, right? We've got corn, we've got sunflowers already going, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Am I missing? How did I miscount out of this? Top row, corn. Middle row, sunflowers. Middle row, 1, 2. Okay, so we do still have one more, right? Bok choy are not a part of the thing, but I do like to have some of it for our, just use in cooking and all that. Amaranth, we are going to use a ton of. It is going to be what we will spill over, but to kind of round out everything else, let's go ahead and get our fairy seeds. That's another big shot, basically 10 grand, right? So now that's out, and that does round out those first 3 sections all the way along. And at that point, we've grown our wheat, we've completed the thing. I don't think we need a whole lot more. We do get hay out of it by cutting it with a scythe, but I think we do out of amaranth as well. And that's where we're going to go to next. And with the money that we have, let's see what... Okay, I think we can do 2 of those without dipping significantly below 10. Let's just... Oh, perfect. I didn't pay that much attention. Can we do all 3? 70 times... I don't think we can get one more, right? 70 times 20 would 70 times 20 alone would be 1,400. So let's do this is the luxury. We can actually come out with 10 grand in our pocket, which will be awesome for further farm construction, all that kind of stuff. So let's get... And if we don't get the chance to plant those today, no big deal. That covers everything we need, and we're still walking out here with 980 above the 10 grand that we can put towards other projects. Our house, but ideally the upgraded chicken coop next, and starting to buy animals. So that was very good. There you go. And now we just hopefully can hustle our butts through getting all this in and watered and, making fertilizer. We haven't done that yet. So all that, we can't forget those. In fact, let's go do that very first before we think about watering or making other fertilizer, anything else. These all go in, and these go on top of them. There we go. Now, crafty time. And this will make far more than we need, I think, but we would need... Oh, maybe it won't. Right. Oh, we would need 200, 350, yeah. So we will not fertilize our grapes once again this year. Oh, come on. If I have one extra and it's because something didn't get... Okay, I do. You jerk. I told you guys, this is what I absolutely... Spies there. Alright, so we do have to water those again. Now, 4 here. 1 o'clock already. This is a little more putsy than normally like. And you can see here where the bean plant was, the coffee bean bush was, I didn't need to water it because it was already done. But we'll go ahead and hit those anyway. And then, like I said, we've got to hit these. No, we don't. Those are already done. The sprinklers, we left everything in place. Sheesh. Alright. Water up. Ah, dude. Not quite 2, though. We're doing good on time. The real question is, will we be able to get all the way through setting up both amaranth and the wheat field? Also, do we have items to make those sprinklers? I should do a quick break. It's good to take a break in the middle of the day. We've got the iron, we've got the gold, so let's take these 4. We'll have a couple extra. And let's refine some quartz while we're doing all this other work. So late at night we can put some water on, or put the sprinklers down so we never have to water the middle of any of those 3 fields, assuming we get them all planted. Come on, game. I don't have time for this. And I know I had that for speed, but I think we're still doing okay. We got 11 hours if we need every minute of it. Okay, now back on it. Oh, she'll be a fine farm. So this is just our regular watering, and it will go right back to what it had been, which is less than 2 hours, really, without crops or anything to be harvested or planting or turnover or anything. It's pretty quick, and even when the grapes get mature this time, like the beans, they're not an everyday harvest like the hops. They are every couple days, so that will save us a little bit of daily time, give us a little more free time during our days. And we'll have all this, but we will need to do just a little bit more watering down here, and that will be the... I don't know what's... It would be nice to have the hoe fully done here, but priorities. Gotta do what's most needed. Alright, there's all our fields. So this one will be a pain watering, and now we're almost up to 6, but then we've just got fertilizer. I think we put those, are those rare seeds in, or is that just the fertilizer? No, we've got to remember to plant those. Dude, never missed this much. I swear it's the gaming like, this is your busiest day, so I'm gonna make watering extra painful. If you're not perfectly on the square. There goes our energy again. We can get through this watering though. I don't know, does fertilizing even cost energy? Alright, now. All of this field. Oh, I missed one. This is going to be trouble. At least we know everything is watered. And that bottom section is kind of bottom priority in terms of fertilizer, although I'm thinking a little weird caveat here in that we're doing very well on fertilizer. Alright, so we certainly, I don't know how I missed on that. I thought we were going to be tight. 8, and this is not perceptibly wrecking our energy, so I think we're going to make it here. Alright, 145s, we got plenty. I guess I should have used them on the grapes too. Oops. Better safe. And we got the cranberries. I didn't think we were going to get those, and I was going to say I'd rather have the fertilizer down here where we'll be turning amaranth, where I don't have a particularly good use for the plain amaranth. I think it goes into red plate or something like that, and I wonder if you can use it as a feed, but I don't know how much of a benefit you get out of that. Some of you folks that go for the animal side of the farm tree, talent tree, as opposed to the artisan, might have some insight to share. Oh, and we got to get... Where are those pumpkin seeds? Guys. Are they... Am I just blind? Are they down here? We do need these. It's already 9:30. Now I feel the pinch. Alright, you two go in. Oh, okay, I just completely overlooked them. Oh, man, I was scared. Alright, pumpkins. Since we've got you, you're going right here. And sure, eggplant. We should have bok choy, fairy rose, and yams still. And some of these, the bok choy and yams we may keep going. They make a good, easy, cookable food. So I may do 2 batches of those. But the fairy roses, for instance, once we've had our batch and have a couple for gifts, and while they make good money, they take a long time to grow. So once they're done, we'll switch that out for more amaranth, and that becomes kind of our cash crop. See how that one jumped over? That's why I started with the wheat on this side. Nothing worse than mixed up fields. 11-10. Took all our effort, but I thought we were a little better off than we were. I guess the pumpkin seed panic was one thing. So these get insufficient water, but they do get some. We could switch those out for the others, but I don't think we're going to expand beyond what we've got going here. Where did I do these? There, 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 and there. Right, not completely lit, but getting there. We've got some spare fertilizer. And it is only just barely past bedtime. So we will, no we won't, because it's going to rain tomorrow. Those things, and let's get a poppy for Penny. So it'll be our reminder. And to bed. What are they? And we get that little bit of extra gold. Now the other thing here is, wasn't it 12 to do the barn? We may be, oh, don't you spread, you weeds. Hi, Alexander. Rain all day tomorrow, too. Okay. That's huge. We got some of those. I think I'll let them sync up along with everything else. And the whole idea here is let's let all the bee houses get together so we can start getting big shots of deals. So here we've got, oh, we need to get the wood and the stone that we do have to take for the coop. So the idea today, keep Robin moving, if at all possible, on the coop and getting it upgraded. We can time that. I guess we've got to go get both. So let's carry the rod and go through town so we can be ready to catch Penny at the beginning of the day as soon as their door unlocks. Oh, nice. Hazelnut already. We've got common mushrooms coming out of our ears, thanks to Demetrius. We need blackberry, which you can find as regular everyday forage like a spiceberry. Oh, hey. Is this early for this? Ah, hello there, Eathaball. You showed up at the perfect time. Did I now? What do you say? I like this cutscene. It's our new special orders board. Robin and I built it from scratch. Lewis, all you did was hold the nails. Listen, Robin, for Lewis, holding the nails is a big help. He's out there in the rain with you, and it's a sign for a carpenter of your skills, who, by the way, was working all day yesterday on finishing up our deluxe bar, our in-between barn. Ignore her. Big barn. Now, let me explain. New board. You see, with Tier Farm back in business, the local economy's really been picking up. Good, I'm glad. As a result, some of the local townsfolk have been asking me for a way to source local ingredients for their businesses or personal projects. So, Robin and I came up with the idea of a new special orders board where people can post bigger jobs than would make sense for the old boil board outside Pierre's. Makes sense to me, man. All in favor. Yeah, for example, I plan on requesting some hardwood for a bed I want to make. I won't put you on the spot, but if you want to help me out, you can just accept the job from this board. Who knows? Maybe if the bed turns out well, I'll start selling them in my shop. I bet you will. I don't know. We'll see. No, of course. We can't wait to help. I thought so. I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Eathaball. So, can we say that you're on board? Dun-dun-dun. Oh, look at her doing the little, like, queen wave. Well, I'm sure you're busy, so we will keep you away from your work any longer. Thank you. As always, I appreciate your willingness to contribute. I appreciate you guys coming out here early on a rainy morning to let me know about that. Take care. Thanks so much. All right. So now we can swing down and see the board. Those quests will update on Mondays, and there's a little bit of advantage to be had by knowing the way that cycles. Copper, we can certainly be in the market for copper. so that you can, for instance, the hardwood that I've been sitting on. Oh, she didn't even give it to me. Both of these are trash. I can't get artichoke seeds, and I don't have chickens for eggs. I'm sorry, both of you guys. I can't make those happen. That is a huge bummer, actually. But let's go down here and see if there's any good forage. We are still on the prowl for a cockle. Not necessarily stones, although we'll need those too. Another star. I don't know if we dropped off the... Yeah, that's good. So we can save ourselves a trip specifically with the starfish. And there's an urchin, depending on the regular quality. So we could take that up to the community center. We're going to go past there anyway. Get a little gold. Yeah, I know. But we're really close. We're like one heart away. Maybe we could even come back and see him today. I don't have a gift for Haley. We would need to probably need a couple, actually. But oh, Penny, it's raining. I know I'm catching you in the middle of the deal. A birthday gift. That's very kind of you. I love it. And you guys saw the little heart popping up there. She's now at 5 of 8 hearts. It's amazing. The raindrops are really loud on the metal roof of our trailer. It's soothing though. Consider yourself soothed. Okay, now what? Oh, we were going to go to Gunther's anyway. Here, I'll walk in with you, Penny. I know you're going to want to spend a quiet moment, but you could come in. It's dry. Oh, let's do that. It's kind of naturally, not just trashy. Alright, see you, Gunther. I guess no prizes for us today. Bye, Penny. Happy birthday. Penny's cute. Could certainly do worse than Penny. We could date her mom. Ew. Okay, now we don't need to go in and see Pam, though. What else were we going to do while we were here? We're going to check the board. We did that. We don't need to buy or sell anything. We can go drop this off, and then we can loop up past Robin's. I really wanted her to offer me the hardwood gig, because we've got so much of it ready. I'm taking this over here, right? This is another just good one because I'm very likely to sell all those. So having that one done is a good thing. Nothing else very imminent, I don't think, on the board. Again, fall forage. So we got the hazelnut. We need a plum and a blackberry, and then we'll be all good there. And our crops are covered in terms of being planted already. Pretty good. And theoretically, we get 2 days of not having to... Should we just fish, though? We talked about salmon. No, we got to get the thing. We got to combine it a little bit, I guess. Hey, how's it going? I know, you already built that board today. Well, Lewis helped out. Alright, I don't have any good gifts, so... Farm buildings, big coop, perfectly 10G, and I think we've got everything here. So the next one is going to take a bit of time to turn around the money. Okay, I'll start working on your Coupe upgrade first thing tomorrow morning. Awesome. Thanks, Robin. You are a lifesaver. We're insulated from the rest of the world here in Stardew Valley. Maybe that's a good thing. At times, especially with a war on, he'll repeat saying that. Oh, Sebastian, I didn't mean to pumpkin spice this, pumpkin spice that. Man, I do get sick of these seasonal fads. You might have other seasons where the fads don't feel like fads because they are things that you really look forward to. So it's all good. All right, we already had the mushroom. I'll take as many hazelnuts as I can, as we talked about in the last playthrough. One of our friends we haven't met yet, but who will be returning in a couple months, has a dish made from hazelnuts that is a loved gift. So get back there. We are still a few tappers short over here, and I've got a sword. Just want to keep those from getting pushed too far. When I see that the spreading weeds cause damage kind of stuff, I assume that's path, but I don't know where, and I worry about the insulation of the crops. Let's go ahead and, well, first of all, let's dump off some of this stuff. Boom, 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 boom. Let's make some wine, and I think the best, because we're not going to use the star fruit, I'll put that in the deal as a fruit for the fair, but I think melon wine is the best we can hope for without having ancient fruits from earlier in the season. So let's make some melon wine and try to hold on to that. And then sell that and those. Store this. These two and that. Excuse me. Put these away. Make those 3. Now we're going to need a bunch more copper and coal, so put that away. And let's place these and then get to the mines, and if we see bubbles, we will fish. Because early on we want to knock out walleye and speaking of, okay, we have no tackle. Walleye and salmon very early. And I've got this, so let's use it. There. Move that over, store that, and we'll actually go this way and walk along the river. Just for that chance, and even throw the line in a little bit. I know the walleye is a night fish, but I think it's got some pretty good availability during the day. And I know I think the salmon goes throughout. Oh, there's the blackberry, so now all we need is the plum. But if we can get the walleye taken care of, catfish may be back in play again now, I think. Tiger trout. I should have brought the Gold Star sunflower too. Hey, look at that. There's one of them. I don't know if tiger trout comes out in all kinds of weather, so that may be tougher. For that matter, I don't know if salmon is available in the rain. You're something. What are you, pike? Tiger trout. All right. And salmon. That. And stone. Okay. I'm not gonna... It would be great to keep fishing there and grind up... Ew. Gain a bunch of salmon for future cooking. Not to mention we could use some cash from selling some of the quality stuff, but we got everything we needed at the moment for the fish bundle. River, tiger trout, that gets finished. Yay. Ugh. I told you guys it's a coffee day, not a nose runny day today. And it's sad that that's a thing. 30 bait out of that one. Kind of kind of an insult, and this one is not much better. I think we get a small glow ring. Yeah, so some pretty modest rewards there. But we don't need, all we need now is the cockle, most likely here, or if we buy any of these others, or cave and open up the crafting bench to make a crab pot so we can catch some of these others. But the reward is 3 more crab pots, so it's silly to make one to have to get more. If we have to, though, we have to. And then here, we've got 2. We need a puffer fish and we need a ghost fish. We've got the fishing rod. Maybe we do a bit of that while we're in the fishing mode, right? We can fish the cave. I don't too quickly go to fish the cave because in the frozen levels, the ghosts will sometimes drop the ghost fish, right? So sometimes you don't even have to fish for it for the bundle. Oh, Abigail. It's Penny's birthday. You're kind of stealing her thunder, but maybe she's showing how much she wants to impress us. Hey, I don't want you forgetting about me just because it's another girl's birthday. She's wily. She's got that gamer strats, right? Eat the ball. Why are you out here in the rain? I'm enjoying the weather. Yeah, I guess you would be one to appreciate the somber ambiance. Oh, I didn't say it was all gloomy. I caught so many awesome fish today. I'm on top of the world, Abigail. You want to fish? I got a smallmouth. I came out here to spend some time alone. Oh, sorry. I'll take my fish and go then. I don't mind your company. Oh, thanks. You're getting soaked. Come stand under the tree. Fortunately, I don't believe this has been a thunderstorm, so I don't think we're likely to get electrocuted. That's good. It's impossible to describe this feeling. Watching the curtains of rain whisper above a silent lake. I can relate to the vibe. Having grown up in the Midwest and up north Minnesota kind of area, cabins on lake shores or camping, canoe trips, and when the rain does come and you can just sit on shore, ideally, somewhere out of the rain yourself, but even if you're not, and watch as higher intensity groups of rain kind of go across the surface of the water and then back off and see that idea of curtains of rain kind of, it not just being falling flat. Some days it certainly does, some days you're just locked into a soaker. There's no wind, the clouds aren't moving, and the rain is just falling uniformly, but other times it really does seem to get, kind of stacked up like waves on a lake, but it doesn't seem very silent to me. Most of the time when it's a rainy day like that, I guess it's a white noise kind of quiet, right? There's so much noise from water falling into water, and you can't hear any of it individually because it's constant. But it makes it feel quiet around. You don't hear the, other cabins across the lake. Somebody slams the door or something like that. That rain, as Sam often says, it muffles the sound, right? So he can play his guitar loud, but it gives that feel of being quiet when it's really actually the ambient noise is much higher on a rainy day than it would be on a quiet day, unless it's too windy, like here all the time. Wow. Anyway, let's jam. Oh, that's right. I want to jam with my mini harp. Oh, I'm full of lots of surprises. I'm glad you're impressed. That is my 100% goal, Abigail, is to impress you with everything I do. I just said that it was a coffee day, and now my nose is running after I had that coughing fit. Ended up working really well. I muted myself, enjoyed the tune, and let them jam out while I blew my nose. So hopefully all that's taken care of now. Fingers crossed. Yay! Look at it. Curtains of rain falling on the water. Okay. Oh my. It's kind of heavy. There's a lot of drama going on here beneath the surface. In that, without me coming in between them, Abigail and Sebastian would be maybe spending some time. Instead, he's forced to do an oil change, which I don't own a motorcycle, never have. I don't know that you ever need to get under the motorcycle to change its oil. And in some past rambling, I talked about who has vehicles in town and who can get, who can get out, who can't, where they would park. I was always under the impression that there was like another car here with the motorcycle. I mean, I think that's implied, right? I don't think that Demetrius and Robin just look to Sebastian to get all their travel needs met with his probably secondhand motorcycle. Yeah, he's a young professional, but I'm assuming he's got one that has that feel of something he might be restoring, cleaning up a little bit, at least maintaining. Smart way to go. Hey, maybe I'll let you ride sometime if you want. Does sound fun. Great. Doop 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 doop. Okay. What a day. Already winning, and now we don't have any need for this. In fact, we could just go sell this right now, so we don't even have to fool with storing it, get an inventory spot back, and then we'll go hit the mines. $50. Not bad. We're relatively broke. It feels a shame not to. We're all the way over here. A little more on the slimes. Void spirits are still very slow. Bats were almost halfway. Skeletons no change. Cave insects almost done. Duggies getting there, 2/3. Dust sprites a little more movement. Rock crabs almost halfway. So, well, nothing other than the insects is very close. Making a little progress, and I don't think it had been that long since we last checked. So let's go ahead and give this a shot. It always feels like a waste, but we may be able to get at least the stonefish. We're going to pull some trash, but it's a good luck day. And we've already had some good fishing adventure. Now, I don't know, folks who are very well-studied anglers here in Stardew, does the wild bait make a big difference down in the caves? Will I get more instance of stonefish and ghostfish? Alright, well there's a ghostfish. And an iridium one. We may want to hang on to him for the fair. And we're in no rush because we still need a puffer fish as well for the bundle. But I think that surpasses whatever we were sitting on as the best fish for the show. And there, oh, oops, this should be guaranteed algae, not trash. Alright, let's keep pushing here and try for a stonefish. the stonefish. Although I shouldn't say that, because, seriously? Another iridium ghostfish would be pretty awesome, too. There we go. Don't complain. Oh, now you go. Oh, maybe this is a little different than the ghostfish. Oops. Oh boy. We haven't gotten a recycling machine yet. I think we can craft one now, can't we? Or do we still need more forage? Part of the reason why I'm willing to just forego any further copper mining and all that is if it does rain tomorrow, if that's not a lie, and the luck is worse, we can still be in the low levels of the mine and basically unaffected, and very likely get through enough rocks to get 30 pieces of copper. But this good luck while cave fishing is something that we're here, and we can just get enough more luck to get that stonefish. It would really take care of things. Be a stonefish. Awesome. Now, having said that, let's show this game how serious we are. And you're going to be saying to yourself, but Habbage, why are you eating so many hops? It's crazy. You're right, but a little bird told me we're not going to get much sleep tonight. And we haven't been severely tested by fish yet either, so if we get lucky down here, it feels ghost. So the ghost fish you can get on any of these levels. Oh, shoot. That was my bad. What we haven't seen are any chests down here, I don't think. We got the one with the stone in it, but that was in the river while we were getting the tiger trout and everything else. And what I'm largely doing here, I don't have high expectations that we'll even see one. The chances of getting an ice pip, which would be great. But I'd like to fish the lake again tonight late. Can't complain, we've got 5 iridium ghostfish to sell tonight. Alright, this will be our last attempt. Alright, now we'll go back up and fish the lake again. Looking for bubbles. I don't know that anybody really appreciates the ghost fish. So as far as iridium goes, the one will be great. Yay! We did get the gold star on the stonefish too. I didn't even notice that. Had that been iridium, that might have rivaled the ghost fish because it's more rare. I don't know how that goes over at the fairgrounds, but iridium quality is certainly not to be dismissed. Alright, it's midnight. We gotta watch closely here because it'll cost us financially if we don't get home in time. That's not right. I don't know seasons or anything else on this fish that I'm hoping the second time staying up late to try for. So, yeah, rain may be a factor. Season may not be available year-round. But we can do one more, I think. The walleyes are good. Walleye is by far my top-tier favorite freshwater fish. I know. You trout fans and everybody, you got the popularity out here in Colorado. Very, catfish is certainly great. Love that. And whitefish, a fish fry with whitefish in the Midwest is kind of a typical Friday night deal. But for me, there's just not much. We still haven't made that box yet. Let's just safely put you away. So you're 98 energy. That one doesn't even have a food level on it. Yeah, that's not even close. So we want to keep one more ghost fish for the bundle. But for the bundle, we'll give him a gold. Now that we have them, I should have... Oh, I can still do this. Let's keep those two. Let's sell the rest of that. And then here, we can certainly sell those. We've got a lot of chub, so we'll get rid of that. I will hang on to a walleye. Think we got those, and we'll keep the other variety of fish in case they come up in a quest. So you, and you will get saved. Pull that back out. 130. We still got time. Oh, unless I get stuck. Come on. Run, run, run. Boom, 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 boom. And don't want to put in the stone. Back over to here. Is that still 40? I think that's still 40. Very obscured. Don't make me regret you. Oh boy. Get inside at least. Oh, wow. Okay, well, at least we saved our bankroll. Little as it was, we would have lost $180, and that 10% would definitely hit hard with so little. And that is capped at 1,000. So as soon as you get up to 10 grand, you then decrease the percentage that you're losing if you stay out all night. So Once you're sitting up significantly above that, and you just know you're going to flat out lose 1,000 G if you stay out late past, it's almost a planned. Hey, I'm gonna pay that fee. It's like 1% of my total wealth, but I'll have the extra 2 hours to work, and I know I'll be a little tired when I wake up, but lots of food and all that. So we will be a little tired. We end up fishing a lot more, or using a lot more energy fishing than I planned, but we got that level. That's awesome. As I said, seafoam pudding, a great recipe. It's tough to come by the ingredients, and that was part of why I was staying up late last night. But we'll keep working towards that one. Uh, hmm, that's a little surprising, isn't it? The bullhead in iridium is actually more valuable than the ghostfish, so that may not be the way we want to go when it comes to the thing. But again, if we get more opportunities to fish, not today if it's still raining, we will leave that off uh, for other days. But yeah, I guess an iridium walleye would be very good. We didn't sell any salmon. I don't know how that compares up, but well, we'll try to get some more fishing in as the season goes on. We definitely want to hit the various areas. An iridium tiger trout, I think, would be great too. So there's some good options there and stuff down in the ocean too that we could try for. Anyway, we have just about reached the halfway mark of this stream, so I'm going to meet you guys for just a second. It shouldn't be a long break, but I am going to go grab my other coffee that is ready and waiting, and we'll see you back then. All right, so take care for just a sec, guys. I will be right back. I'm not even going to throw up the slide. It'll be fast. Hey, everybody. I was wondering if you were worried that my silent cursoring meant I'd forgotten to unmute, but nope. I am here. Was just really looking to see how far behind the actual game my current view is on the stream. Anyway, to all you folks hanging out quietly or watching on the VODs, appreciate you here. Hope you're enjoying this Sunday edition of Stardew Valley. We've had it's taken a lot of time. Usually we're a little more than 3 days through in about 2 hours of streaming, but we've had to do some significant planning around the farm, getting all that stuff done. We've had a lot of cutscenes, And we've made some really good progress. These fish just being the latest and all that. And we're doing very well thanks to the artisan perk and our pale ales. They're now going for $4.20, man, each, and we sold 2 of those. They're going, and we should now kind of begin an early stage aggressive growth of our kegs, so that while we have to balance a little bit of the hops for food versus hops for cash equation, we have some other things that we can be throwing in there. We can do some wines, and we can do some juices. When we have some extra wild honey, we'll throw some of that in there so that we can have made and, sold and shipped juice, wine, and mead as well, and have at least one of each in case it ever comes up or we need it for gift or anything like that. So, getting probably 10 kegs so that we have 2 full sections, but then the top 2 being the preserve stars would be a good starting point to that. It's kind of the goal for early stage, but we need a lot of copper and iron and wood for all of that. Today is where we try to get that done, though. Cloudy with gusts of wind and mildly perturbed, but that'll be perfect for not pushing deep in the mine, but gathering resources. And we already know about baked fish. That perked the cat up, just even mentioning it. And look at that, we got some corn, so more money coming in. Marnie is looking for amaranth. This is one of the mailbox standing quests, so no time on that, but we've already got it planted, which is a lot better than I normally am. I'm usually like, Marnie, I'll work on it, but take it easy. We've actually got 50 of those growing, so we'll look to chop a few of those when they're ready for harvest. I forget how many days it was, 6 maybe? Take those down. Our maple is now all together, and we should clean these up a little bit since we've got some time here. We definitely want to make full use of our mining opportunity. And I didn't even notice that the pine tree had gone up. I wonder how long that's been sitting there. So we can make another tapper for that. Just got the one holdout. Sell those. We will want to greatly expand our bees as well, but the coal is very problematic at the moment. Let's harvest this corn. And do we now have all 5? No, we're still waiting on 1. So maybe tomorrow all the bee houses will get harvested for their the base level honey, because the flowers haven't grown up yet to flavor it. And then be all good there. Boom. So Friday is Elliot's birthday. We'll keep him in mind. But I think we're just pretty much straight off to the mines. Now, that big board quest that I looked at and didn't take on Tuesday when we first found the barn that changes weekly. So, and there's our foraging done. We could run up there. We're just going to get we're going to get fall seeds, which I'm not too worried about planting in and of themselves. Rather get big cash, and although that would really help our hazelnuts. Switching out amaranth for those eventually. Trying to keep the art of fishing alive. I'll pay $2.25 to any fisherman who catches 3 albacore. Okay. I don't think that they are weather dependent, are they? I'm going to do this. Not that we're going to finish it, but... Or did we already... Maybe we already left a common mushroom. I can't remember. How great would that be? Nope. But we'll drop one of those, and one of those just to have them done. We're always going to have a common mushroom ready, so the next time we're headed back over there, just bring along common mushroom. We're done. And maybe we think about growing those seeds so that we could max out our possibility of hazelnuts. It would be the main deal. We could just sell all the rest of it for a very low return, but we'd get the quality benefit of fertilizing. We'll do it later in the season, though. No rush for right now. And while I'd thought about the albacore, I think we need the resources more than we can afford for Willie to pull us off focus. We fished hard yesterday. It didn't put the fishing rod away. We could have easily switched back, but it is what it is. And I think as long as we're going down here, we do need copper. So let's start there. If we can get the 30, we may consider jumping up to the icy levels. Okay, there is a ladder, so now we can skip ahead of all this rock breaking. We'll get more stone, though. And there we go. Fortunately, we're as unlikely as ever to get coal out of the individual rocks we break, but maybe here. Let's grab one of these. Our farm is short on light. Alright, 18 so far. How did I miss him? Come on. Ridiculous. Too early, I guess. Ooh, Dougie Cherry Bomb. I do like this level, especially when it's in full on. Oh, double coal. Good, 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 good. Even though we don't care about the insect head sword too much, it's still go ahead and get those. I think that's an extra pair of kicks we can. So, oh, I thought didn't we already have a ladder somewhere here? Uh-oh. This is where it all gets horribly inefficient. When we've already killed all the monsters. Maybe we'll get a swarm. Oh, there's our 30. Still like the ladder. Got Geode. Oh, hey, hidden Dougie. May get a combat level just from having random extra. And you never know, sometimes those super rare drops of seeds. There's our insects done, first Slayer goal done. And that was a geode. It's 150. Oh, I already got it. That was a crit. That was not, I don't think. Just getting these extra kills really, and a few more things, but I think we'll jump to frozen if we don't get too much more out of this. Too many opportunities to be completely wasted. We need this stuff too. definitely sitting where we don't have enough copper ore to go around to meet all our needs. Anything more up here? We'd already been over there, right? Oh, I think. And last but not least, give me a Dougie. No Dougies. Alright, time to elevate. And we'll go to 40. Again, load up on torches. And I don't think Clint even leaves his place to go to the bar until 7. Since we came out and got it, we might as well get some cash from him and spend a little bit of time improving the relationships some more. But if we can add to our coal supply, and the iron for that matter, because we need matched sets for kegs for a few more hours, we're going to do it. Intentionally trying really, really hard, guys, not to talk about hockey yet, because I've got such a bad case of playoff fever. Last evening, after this little birthday cookout thing, I was watching a slate of the West Conference series previews from the hockey guy. Hyped him up before, but definitely, you know, if you're a casual fan of the sport and looking for a little bit of insight going into the playoffs, maybe you're not sure when the games are, or who, you know, how the season ended up, who's playing who's supposed to be good, who's not, go check out his YouTube channel. This is I discovered him when there was the whole pandemic. They had all the teams living up in a couple cities in Canada, and they were all kind of in bubbles among themselves. To try to stay healthy but get a part of a season out of the way. Don't need that. Definitely wanted those jades. Don't need 2 pieces of that. At minimal value there, but whatever. We got 45. We got 26. We have just enough coal for 1 bee house. Let's finish out this level for sure, and then maybe it'll be time to head down to the saloon. It's really that dust sprite coal that we're sort of super hoping for here. And anything? Give me something special for coming all the way down here and seeing you? Yeah. Alright. That was a good run. And we want to get out, and then we're going to run down through town, see Clint, get the little bit of cash, like $300 or whatever. It's not a ton, but we get to keep all that ore too. And it's a good reason to get to the saloon and see everybody that hangs out there on Wednesday night. Not the most wild of nights, but sometimes those are the memorable nights when you go out and like not everybody's out, and you end up, you know, maybe sometimes when you hang out, it's with a big group of friends, and, you know, 1 or 2 of you find yourselves maybe you're on a road trip or something, you find yourself in a different town, different little place, and the weather's bad, nobody's really out that night. Other travelers and stuff just happen to be passing through, and you all end up, and you know, suddenly it's like, hey, yeah, let's, you know, maybe somebody offers to buy a round, and, you know, or just starts talking. Maybe they've got an open mic, and because there's nothing else going on in the original band, somebody just, you know, kind of starts strumming a little bit, and it breaks that ice. There we go. Great. Thanks, Clint. I like to inspect the local ores from time to time, keep track of the quality and abundance. Let me just take a look at these. I see. Thank you. Keep these ores. They're of good quality. And here's your payment as promised. Well, thanks, Clint. It was. I didn't find anything super rare, but it was just good and productive. Got some goodies. I found these shoes. Every day's the same. Stocking those horrible shelves. Going to the saloon. Tossing and turning all night. Oh, I'm sorry, man. You're not sleeping well? I don't have anything to give you, but you may need to balance out that diet of hot peppers and booze. So nice to live by the river, is it? Hey, I fall asleep to the soothing sound of water every night. Wow, we were, Abigail, I was just thinking about the rain on the water and how soothing that sound would be. She usually likes foragey stuff. This is a really nice gift, thank you. Well, that was a Silver Star Wild Plum. I don't even have any more now, so you're the sole beneficiary. So here we go. We do need to get Haley more gifts so that the next time it rains, if we should be so fortunate again, we can go see that mariner. Penny actually bumped past her good friend Meru, and that breaks my heart a little bit. But Meru, you're gonna have to accept that you're not gonna sit at the top of the stack this game. Abigail's at 4, so she's not lagging too far behind. But it's Leah here that we're searching for because she has not been strong on our social list yet. Dorf. I forgot to say hi to him. I'm not too worried. His birthday comes up at some point here, and we'll get his biggest boost then. But yeah, Leah, she's got some work to do. But we can get her 2-heart cutscene now, which I don't think we've had yet, have we? Well, I guess we haven't. I guess you got to go into her cabin to trigger that. So we'll try. Oh, hey kid, you're too young to be moping around a place like this. Okay, that's fine. I'm not moping. I'm socializing. Can I get you anything? Maybe, actually. Let's think about that. My friend runs a shop in the desert. If you ever go there, stop in and say hi for me. A little ways off, but I think she sells some rare products. I know, some cool seeds. I'm not sure of this one. I know, I just go to... Oh, she does Lake Jade. Awesome. This gift is fabulous. Thank you so much. Most of the gemstones she's a fan of, not regular quartz. I don't know about fire quartz. But that keeps her on pace with Meru and Penny. Job, Emily. Again, she's one I have married in the past, so I don't think we're going to go right there. But she likes amethyst, topaz, and jade so far, and liked the daffodil. Not bad. I don't think I've given her any awful gifts. She's just so accommodating as long as you don't insult her. Very much implied that she is a vegetarian, so don't give her anything fishy dishes, either cooked or otherwise. But if they're specifically vegetarian, those are things that would be a good, at least liked. But yeah, I don't know if she's got a favorite flower. I just default to the gemstones and kind of leave it at that. So here, I wanted to put that in. Up here, we'll just... This is really not yet supposed to be the box for... I don't really have anything to sell, do I? I don't want to sell a jade. Oh, I didn't realize these were pepper poppers. That's awesome. Favorite food. Let's sell the quartz just to keep the cash flow going here a little bit. We got this. Anything else? Fishy trash. Here, blackberry. Those. I totally missed putting that away. Not that it really matters now, because I could have just converted that all into bait. Still hasn't popped. Those will pop off cycle on occasion. And what do we got here? Is she done? No. Let's come up here and gather. And somewhat frightening, I still have yet to have found where spreading weeds have been getting my farm and damaging it. part of why having the paths is a good thing. And I know I don't have a scythe here right now, but this is more protective than anything. We did add the stones down here, and I didn't see anything. And I don't think this grass will ever really hurt. It mainly, this may be where they were spreading. I think that had all been done, hadn't it? So that answers that. Let's... got a little bit of time. Let's do that many. Perfect amount. And seal this stuff back in. Yeah, I was a little worried that those were up by the... Come on. Get... I guess I can't. That those were up by the bin. Okay, it's getting late. We gotta get to bed. Just this last little bit of goodness. And this being where we will put our next batch of bee houses when they come along, or when we have the resources to make them come along. We'll put that in. Didn't get the torches down, unfortunately, but we can cook some stuff. No, our coal resources here are limited, but I think we'll do that first. Drop those, save that for a really special day. And then for tomorrow, while we need to water, we'll try to grind out a bunch of copper. We'll have 15 of those. We might get there. And then, depending on luck and everything else, we will very likely make it another tree chopping day. In which case, that we need the stone. I don't think I can lay out more paths up high. And we should get these in too, because at some point, Robin's going to ask us for hardwood. And we'll put those shoes away. Alright. Hey, we did get a combat level. Slime egg press. Again, I haven't really ever done the slime stuff, but maybe this is the time to give that a try too. If we're not being too sensitive to time. $2,000. Hey, that helps. Now we need money for animals badly. Cloudy, neutral. Farmer in a small town. So this is our heads up on the fair. We need 9 items for the Grange display, and they should showcase our talents. We want high quality, so ideally iridium, but gold where we don't have it. High value items, and make sure to have a variety as well. Fish, minerals, artisan goods, fruit, and vegetables are all good to have, and certainly forage would fall into that as well. Monster loot and cooked foods are all good as well. So yeah, this is a neutral day. It is a Thursday. Elliot comes up next in the gift rotation tomorrow. And here she tells us about the Coupe Upgrade. Usually, I've been spending weeks with just the chickens, but now we have the ability to harvest eggs and then incubate them instead of buying replacement animals. So you don't, particularly with the coop, the chickens and the ducks, you don't need to go buy additional eggs. For the chickens, you need a brown and a white. For the ducks, really we can start at 1 and then incubate an egg as soon as we get it. I'll probably go for 2. I just think with any animals, having some companionship for them of their own species is kind of nice. So 2 pairs are good. With the other animals, there's certainly, the toggle for pregnancy. If you have 2, then you've got the chance once they get hearts developed of them becoming pregnant and having additional animals. But as we saw in the last one, and as I think I normally will do, pigs eventually will get their own barn in year 2, 3, where they can be set up just to handle truffles all by themselves and fill that up. And eventually then goats and sheep end up in one for high quality cash harvesting, and a full barn of cows, which we never got to that stage of, but I talked about it and had a spot for it. There's just a full milk cow barn for production of cheese for pepper poppers, because they're that important and that good. That's kind of the plan, but hey, this indicates that she is done, and now we are definitely in the animal buying mode before we worry too much about so we got this. We've got these. Oh, come on, dude. What did we just talk about? 2 days off of watering and you forget how to aim the can? The wheat is not ideal for knowing what has and hasn't been watered, so you got to look carefully. But certainly having the 5s and 3s, this doesn't take a ton of time or energy, and to get an extra full set of fields. As we switch out crops, we can consider adding more quality sprinklers in here and dropping the number of plants down to 24, boosting the sprinklers and doing the same. Gets a little more tedious time-wise, but the more you have, the kind of easier it is to deal with it, because you can just vertically go up and down on those 3s, go across for the 5s, and then go through and across the fields to finish watering in the spots where the sprinklers don't hit. So, I don't know. I'm not going to rush to that because, like I said, we want those same resources for kegs at the moment, not sprinklers. And this is still pretty manageable in terms of both energy and the watering can, as you can see. We're not quite to 9 o'clock. We'll still have the one field to hit again, and we'll probably need to eat just a little bit, but we didn't get a full night of sleep. Clearly didn't line up just right there. And it's all nice. So, who out there in... if you want to speak up and chat, go for it. Otherwise, if you are watching the VOD, what crazy stuff did you do this weekend? Anybody go on a hike? Someplace cool, getting out. It's spring. I'm kind of enjoying that feeling of getting back out to hiking. It's not quite yet to the point where you're doing big Rocky Mountain hikes yet, in the sense that folks that don't live here probably think of them, where you're going through a pine forest, and there's big boulders and all that kind of stuff. That stuff is still very deep in snow at the moment, so you could definitely snowshoe through that. The problem is that it's also what we like to call mud season right now, and that's when everything is melting, so the ground is boggy and messy, and you're going to get covered in mud whenever you go hiking, and it's a kind of a big problem, and one of those things where if you're a hiker, you should really be aware of it and try your best to respect the fact that there are signs up that often say stay the trail, and that's an erosion mitigation deal where when it's muddy, everybody is like, oh, I don't want to walk right through the middle of the trail. There's a big mud puddle there, right? And I think everybody can appreciate why. That's not stupid. The problem is that when you then step to either side of the mud puddle, you're crushing the vegetation in there. And what you end up with in the summer is you look at you're walking across a trail and it goes through a low spot, and there's like the trail that's, just single person wide divides into like 7 little footpaths that all go around a central area. And it's because when the water is deeper and people don't want to walk through it and get their feet all muddy, they walk over the brush to the side, and that increasingly spreads out and kills the vegetation, and those spots don't really go away. It's sad unless people go in and break up the then compacted soil and let seeds take root again. But yeah, kind of tough there. All right, we want kegs, not tappers, right? Oh no, we do need a tapper at least, right? Just this one, but let's get it done. Tapper. That'll throw off all this. We should really swap these because we can get another batch of those bars. Boop. And then if we harvest those might all be in sync now too. In sync. Oh wait, is this not? I never tapped that one either. Goodness. I thought that was done. My bad. How long has that been like that? Alright, 3 more bars of copper will make up for those 2 things. And then we need oak resin. To make 4 kegs. And now we are down on logs, and that's why I thought, okay, today might be a tree chopping day, and it is neutral, so I think we'll stick with that plan. But now we have a bunch more kegs. Those are wine, so let's go ahead and make these hops. I should have made them meads, but whatever. Do those. And this can get popped as well. Boom. We do have enough. Let's just go ahead and make 1 more keg. It'll be a little odd, but we can make a mead. 1 of them. And we will then put those away because I don't want to sell the regular wild honey. It's very low value. And converting it into mead makes it a lot more, but I don't want to accidentally use all of those and forget to put a wild honey in the bin. So your job to remind me, guys. Alright, we want to plant those. That needs to go in the bin. We don't need that. I don't plan on going... I think we're going to go up by the train tracks, not down by the cart. Should we swing by, though, and check for a quest? Gathering. Hey, 340. That was. I thought it was 300. We're not going to get these albacores. I'm not too worried about that. And we do have 6,600, but that doesn't go far in terms of animals. So I think we could certainly get our chickens. But I don't even know that we could get 1 duck. Well, here goes indecision. Indecision, wasting time. Let's go see Marnie. Let's start our animal kingdom. Because getting the cows going, I think, is as important as anything. And getting that mushroom. Double mushroom. Oh. And, oh, we should go do a cutscene with Leah, too. Shane. Was he like trying to make it from the chair to the bed? He could have at least curled up on the rug. Poor guy. Let's watering can him up. Yep, I got this. Trust me, Marnie. It's better I do this with the watering can, Shane, than Marnie does it with the barn pail. You wouldn't want that. Well, Shane, what's the matter with you? All you do anymore is mope around your room and drink beer. He mopes at the bar, too. Sell him short. Brr. You wouldn't understand. She might. Have you tried talking to her? Talking to anybody? Talk to me. It's just somebody had a go live notification. I have kind of a comical little message. Did you ever think about the future? If I'm lucky, I don't need a future plan thing. There you go. Way to go, dude. You just upset your niece. So are they brother and sister then? No, wait, she's a nephew. So, this is where I never know the whole terms thing. So your nieces or your niece's kids would be a removed niece? I don't know. Or your aunt's kids. So it's cousin, right? I think I just way overcomplicated this. Shane is Marnie's nephew, right? If I remember correctly. And that would make Jazz his cousin, who he just mortified. Yeah, I tried to way overcomplicate that. But and then if Shane had a kid, that would be Jazz's second cousin or a removed cousin. I never understand seconds versus removed in genealogy stuff. Okay, yeah, you're going to give me the full spiel about animals. Well, it's probably the right time, and I'm rushing through them because I want to buy some. So, first things first, let's get cows. So we're going to get 2 cows. That'll be $3,000. Let's get them situated. Brown cow. Preppers. Love it. What's up, Breppers? I don't think I've ever had a Breppers cat before. Good. And then one more cow. Will it give us variety? It will. Now, typically, I like brown cows. I think just in general, brown cows are kind of cute. And they stand out from the goats. So that until we can afford the Zine, awesome. Until we can afford the auto grabber. It's just easier as you're trying to race through to know cow, 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 cow. Got to hit them all and not confuse them with the goats. But whatever. We'll be able to manage. Now, we definitely need a brown chicken and a white chicken. So we're getting the white one. First one. Yeah, Farty. How you doing? That may not be the hard E, but yes, Farty the chicken. Y'all ever smelled a chicken fart? I don't know that birds can fart, but they certainly their droppings can get notable. Send little Farty to her home. All right, brown chicken. Here we go. Reroll our character. Brown chicken. That was easy. Checo. Not as comical as Farty, but whatever. And now we are down to $2,000. So she's 12. No, code is 4. All right, I was looking in its description to see the price. I was like, so that works out fine. We couldn't afford a goat anyway, so we'll get a duck. Ducks will give us duck eggs, which are needed for the bundle, and a feather eventually, and that's a rare item, kind of like a rabbit's foot. The duck feathers will drop on, just random, probably better luck days than worse luck days. And that would be another Elliot wonderful birthday gift. So in honor of his birthday, we'll get him a duck. Curtabella, I've seen Curtabella quite. Bella is just, a follow-up to a lot of names. let's call it Shedder. Shedderf. So it's Shedder Feather, right? Shedderf. And that's in honor of Elliot's birthday tomorrow. Not that any of those animals will be able to help us out much, and not that it's a Friday anyway. Now, I don't think we ever made it over to look at the thing, did we? Or did we? I think we turned around before we ever got to town. We were talking about it. Well-intentioned. It is foragey, so maybe we swing down by the beach again? Maybe we just go peek in here? I don't think it's a good luck day, but yeah, sometimes bad luck days are the best luck days. So nothing new on the board until Monday. Oh, I forgot to go into Leah's. Dang it. We were going to do that. Cockle. Come on, Cockle. It's certainly worthwhile, but not the best day of foraging. I thought we had... Oh, Elliot, you're killing me, dude. I thought the two of them were... that makes it all the more important. It would be really nice if we could find him running around town today and at least talk to him to try to get him up, because 2 hearts would make getting to him on his birthday a little easier. Oh, well. Hey, do you know where Elliot's at? Yeah, I saw you there last night, I think. Oh, there's Penny. Gotta talk to Penny. We're lucky to have a library in such a small town. When you're lost in a book, it's easy to forget the realities of your life. Maybe that's why I like reading so much. Sorry, I got carried away there. Hey, I'd be sorry. It's fantasy and fiction, right? That's, I think, why all of us. It doesn't mean you have to hate your life to want to experience other worlds and adventures. What? What did I say or do? I was just clicking through. I was talking about Penny. Make sure you don't drive them away. How dare you, Gus? Do you... What? I don't understand. Evelyn, can I have a pumpkin cookie to give to Gus? Please do. Gus, I'm so worried. What did I do, sir? Yeah, make sure you don't drive them away. Oh, he's not even there. Can you get in there? I'm not buying anything from you. I don't know what you said to me, sir, but I am offended. Oh, we do have a quest. Clint, I really need to be in the iron levels. So how are we going to manage for Elliot tomorrow is a big question. My understanding is that he will go to the bar until he reaches 2 hearts, but he may have been there and fallen back, for all I know. So, yeah, that's awkward. Take all the cash we can get right now. We need to buy more animals, put those away. And now, and hours after we started, oh wait, these go down here. Let's get up to the woodlot. Oh, but first, it's a little late, but we can at least go say hello to our animals. I don't think they're asleep yet. Hi, guys. How you doing? And we can do this stupid hay shuffle thing. This is why auto feeders are the best, but at least early on, by having it all the way up to the big ones, you can give way more feed out than your animals need, so you don't have to worry about them suffering. And oh, I want to say hi to you all before you go to sleep. How did I get an odd number? Oh, because we have 3. Never mind. Duh. Here we go. All right, guys, sleep well. Welcome to your new home. I hope you like it. We have a duck and a couple chickens and 2 cows. We have not bought a milk pail, but it'll be about a week or so until we really need to start worrying about gathering from them. And go ahead and eat here. Now, this is going to be, I'm a little scared, it's going to be a mess. And without enough stone, having used so much of it on the farm, and needing it for more building projects, I'm sorry, Linus, I don't want to give you a hop or a hazelnut. Maybe we'll find something around here. Hang on. Give me a minute. I'll try to find you something good. All right, here's the important part of being up here, and I know, I don't know, I know that eventually something more is going to come into play up above us. Hey, Sebastian. Oh, well, mainly less depressing for the fact that if you needed it, it would be a point of egress to get out in emergencies, but whatever. All right, so this is what we set up, and now we're a little stuck here because oh, that's a bummer. My magnet should have pulled more of that back. What is this? Trouble. No. Not happy at all. Alright, we're going to have to scrap this whole row, I think. Or at least alternate those so we can always go in and chop them from the side. I don't have any stones to replace that one. I don't remember how I'd done that in the past. You would think with all the times I've done this little tree farm area, it would be a no-brainer, but whatever. Drop a few more seeds here. And again, these can kind of spread and make this a little less efficient until we get paths in between as barriers. But we can still get these few free trees. And if Linus is still hanging out, we'll give him a plum. You still there? Yep, you are. You are welcome, sir. Enjoy that plum. Gotta love a good plum, right? Highly underrated fruit. Like, it's certainly not at my top level, but when plums are in season and we can eat just a fresh plum, oh, so good. And I don't know if they're like legacy or naturally around here. There are some wild plum trees. Every once in a while you find them out. Like if you're hiking or something, and particularly in the foothills, high mountain stuff. I don't know that that's plum territory, or like, once you get into a pine forest. But if you're in the midst of a deciduous forest in the foothills out here, I found all kinds of just naturally growing wild cherry trees and plum trees and all kinds of goodies. And I know kind of in the area around Boulder being what it is, it's very much a it's got hippie roots and a lot of folks you kind of scoff at. It's why Boulder is often referred to as the city 30 miles from reality instead of 30 miles away from Denver. And there's a lot of yoga studios and crystal alignments and stuff like that is great. I think it makes a community much more interesting. It's certainly more appealing. Not that I particularly go into new agey stuff, which I think kind of grew out of all that, right? Or anything particularly like that, but it's certainly more fun to have those ideas in a community. And as far as I see it, oh, there it is, big time wild berry harvesting +1. So in a couple weeks, when the blackberries start showing up on the bushes, we'll be getting 3 per harvest there, and that means I don't know what we still have at level 9. It's got to be a recipe of some kind. I just can't think of it off the top of my head here. But that's all right. And then at level 10, we'll be able to get top quality on all our foraged goods. So maybe by the time we get into winter, we'll be already hitting that. Just very, 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 very good stuff. Anyway, I was talking about the idea of Boulder, kind of having this very spiritual nature idea and live off the land, live minimalistically, all those kind of positive legacies of the 60s, a part of what was rolled into that whole counterculture hippie movement of live simply. You don't need a bunch of material stuff, because through the post-war years into and throughout the 50s, everybody was just hammered with this idea that material things make you better. Advertising boomed in that era, and TV took over as a multimedia, and so everybody's being told, you need this, 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 it'll make your life so much better. And of course, in their parents' generation, what for many had grown up as being a home life of a hand pump for water, out, not in the cities necessarily, but out in the remote areas, your bathroom was still an outhouse, and you had to go out for that. You didn't have electric light necessarily, but in their lifetime, that transformed. Your houses got electrified. You began to have these, think kind of in terms of the technology changes that you guys have seen growing up. The idea that a cell phone wasn't just for the super rich. Everybody's got one. Computers, particularly with the pandemic, schools and things realized that everybody needed to have that, internet connection and a laptop or some kind of device where they could learn virtually and do homework and stuff like that. And that's not going to go away. But in the same era, the idea that everybody could have electricity, everybody could afford it, and the appliances and things that ran off that moved from pie in the sky, an electric clothes washer, that's crazy, to they were priced at the point. What had happened 40 years before with automobiles was happening in the much more or widely. In the 20s, it happened in the cities and for the rich people that, hey, we live in this electric gizmo age. And so a lot of those things were, that was the era of, man, they could kill you or take off of, your electric razor could actually suck your face in, because the companies that were spitting out projects like that had only been making them for 5-10 years, right? Edison at the turn of the century was electrifying light. And then on the heels of that, all of a sudden, everybody's like, hey, this is crazy. I know a little bit about making motors and things like that. I can make a thing to wash your clothes. I can make a thing to wash your dishes. I can make an iron that will heat, a heating element that will heat up an iron. And as these things come out, they just didn't know, oh, this is how that can go horribly, horribly wrong, right? So in the post-World War II era, that was when across homes, those things became safer and cheaper and widely available. They were being mass produced, and everybody could afford to have one in their home. And it was the first, kind of mass response to that even if we have the means, those things don't make life better. It's Stardew stuff, it's the interactions with other people that make life memorable and good. And yes, you're saving time to do that, but are you just then turning that into time that you have to punch a clock at a factory to be able to afford the payment plan that you put together to have automated laundry service and that kind of stuff. It just, how do you want to spend your time? Do you want to spend it living in a home where you're washing stuff by hand amid family members, or do you want to do it at a factory? I don't want to get too deep into it, but while it's awesome that places like Boulder still celebrate those positive things and a second way of looking at life, at least as a reminder to the rest of us that it's not it's not without cost to live in the world that we live. There's a balance there, and yes, we're those of you guys that remember growing up and by and large, as most of us did, spending significant amount of time at daycare, whether it was before or after school. You loved it. It was fun. You got to play games and make friends and all that kind of stuff, but you had a lot less time with your parents. They were busy at work and had to make that decision. But at the same time, if our population today, even if everybody got a cabin and that cabin was equally spaced out around the country, there wouldn't be enough land for us to live in that self-sustaining kind of commune or pioneer thing where we'd have enough resource of just land and good land, actual land where you could earn a living or enough food to feed your family across an entire, or enough trade goods and stuff living sustainably there to trade with others and get the food that you needed to make it year round, right? It's just not viable. So yes, mass production, the ability of our economy to support those things, it's not the evil that we often think it is. It's not something you have to say, oh, companies are bad because they make a buck on mass producing things. Seed companies, this is the huge one, right? Everybody rages and rails. Oh, Monsanto is a big one, but I think Nestle is oddly one of the biggest food producers, and as a result, seed producers. ConAgra is another, right? And everybody likes to say, "Oh, they're so awful. Look what they've done." Genetic modification of crops, and it's like, yeah, but we can all go into a grocery store and complain that inflation is making bread a little more expensive, but we can all afford bread and it's always there for us. We don't have to worry. Crops are resistant to changes in water level and pests and mold and funguses, things that even when I was a kid in the 80s, farm aid was a very real deal because farmers' crops were absolutely failing in the fields, and there was a real feeling that while Americans may not go hungry outside of poverty and the choices that people are making on either to elect not to go through welfare or their kid overlooking the needs of their kids or whatever, but certainly there is hunger in our country. It's very avoidable. In today's society, we have so many programs to make sure that kids don't go hungry, but it's not because of a lack of food in our country, right? There's sufficient food to get by, but we supply so much food to the rest of the world that, in the 80s when the farm aid stuff was going on and real drought was, which we still talk about all the time now, but technology, those big evil companies and all that have come so far in being able to efficiently deliver water through farmers to crops, which they never want to do. Farmers are like, no, if I have to turn the tap on that sprinkler, it costs me hundreds, ridiculous amounts of money. They never want to do it. They want rain at a regular, not too much, not too little, perfectly water their crops. They never spend a dime, and they get full value out of their crops, right? When you turn that tap to begin watering your fields with the big long arm irrigation systems and all that, it definitely cuts into their profits. So, but we can do it now, and crops don't fail, and we can continue to sell those around the world, and far less do we ever hear of worldwide famine issues or starvation where the rest of the world isn't able to deliver a food crop to countries. And at that same time in the 80s, Russia was having to, the Soviet Union was regularly having to import crops from the United States. It was part of the ending of the Cold War, was the realization that if we, if between Canada and the United States, kind of the breadbasket of the world, the grain belt there, if we turned off the trade of wheat, they didn't have enough in their own production cycle to feed their population. So, how good does it look for the Communist Party if there are food riots going on in the Soviet Union, which was supposed to be this top level world power, but they couldn't feed themselves? And that's the technology, that's the companies, and it's counter to this kind of romanticized view of we can just live simply and everybody can get by and have enough if we all just uh, take the gifts of nature and share them out. Unfortunately, that's not reality. I love it too. It's my dream would be to do exactly that. Have a little bit of land, have a sufficient vegetable garden that you're getting enough, maybe a little stream through that you could pull out some fish, do a little hunting, do enough farming of the grains and all that kind of stuff that you get enough, and somehow through making preserves or whatever out of fruit trees or whatever, you get enough that you can trade for staples and live very simply without having all that overhead. And it can be done, but it takes a ton of dedication, and as well intentioned as it is, when you start thinking about the population of New York City or Chicago, you spread all those people out, it's just not reality. And fortunately, so many people are okay with the idea of, I want to have a big paycheck and I want to be able to buy the latest and greatest gadgets and all that kind of stuff, that most people are just fine not doing it. And I think, it's the good balance. It's the ones where the people that play Stardew and go, wow, that sounds really awesome. If you really want to do that, here in the United States at least, you have the freedom to go try. You may find it's a lot more work and not as glamorous as you really want, but we are not told that we have to do one thing or another. So yes, you could very much go give that a shot. And back to the beginning of the story here, in Boulder, a lot of people try to do just that. And one of the things that they have here that I don't know if they have in other things is there's actually like apps that have mapped the city of Boulder and the surrounding public parks and trails and areas, and they have little maps of these are the fruit trees that are going, so that people who legitimately want to forage, in quotes, just like in the game here, can actually go around town and know, hey, it's spring fruits some kind are coming into bloom, or it's blueberry season. Where have people, and it's kind of like, I guess, like Waze, if you guys are familiar with the traffic app, people will pinpoint, hey, there's a car on the side of the road, it's broken down. You'll know in advance coming up that's something dangerous. You can shift lanes or slow down, whatever, and help people out. It's the same kind of deal. Hey, in this area, there's a big patch of berries, so that they don't go idle and totally wasted through the season. And people that are out there that are interested in berry picking and not just going to a farm to do it can go find those kind of things in nature. Of course, there's some dilemma, right? Because people will just tag, hey, that person's front yard has a really cool apple tree on it. And, if you grow and spray that, spray or not, organics and all that, but trust me, having been a kid in a house with apple trees, if you don't spray your apples, they're not going to be very appealing. You're not going to get store-looking apples. And we often didn't spray our apples, but they're going to get used for baking, because there's going to be a lot you're going to cut away from where insects or whatever have gone through, bored into them. You're going to get a lot of, hey, this apple looks great, bite into it, and yeah, oh, what is that? That kind of stuff. Again, there's cost to all of those kinds of things, but pretty cool. Just then it becomes if it's your property, you planted the tree, you took care of it and all that, and you expect it, are you then going to get upset if strangers have just noted that, hey, you got a tree there, and they show up as soon as stuff is getting close, and just, it's as bad as birds and animals who do the same thing. Also, what does that do to the animal population? Here we're in bear country, and in the hills where there are big berry patches in the fall, the bears and things really count on those. Birds love berry bushes, so if people are targeting those too and over picking them out, does that impact the ability to sustain the wildlife? I don't know. I love berries though. I don't think there's enough people that care that much that are really going to get out there and impact it. But food for thought, and very cool that people map those out. So if they did that here, we would get more berries per pick. Anyway, it is a unlucky day. We could continue a little bit more with our wood gathering, because I think we're going to start to see benefit here. But let's get in and say hi to our two little cows. What's up, cows? We got 1,300. We need $4,000 for a goat. I think we'll hold out for that. We really probably need 2 goats, but one would at least get us potential for goat milk. Let's go get these. It's a bad luck day, so we might as well not be super speedy. I see another oak tree here is ready for a tapper. How many more of those are there? 2. So we could use 2 tappers. Let's clear this. Did I say hi to my... Oh, yeah. Okay, so he already got his hearts. All right, let's get these. Let's try to move ahead of the chickens to get our watering done. So that's going to be a huge time spend now, but we're ready for animals, right? It's Elliot's birthday today through all that story time. I don't know that we really focused on that, but I think we'll maybe give him mead. I know Willie really likes mead. I don't think Elliot particularly loves any of pale ale, beer, or mead, but it is artisanal. I think he likes them all well enough, so getting some of that, something of those is good. Is the 5th, but I don't think we have any 4-day crops. Maybe the wheat is ready. I don't think those bok choy are. I think they've got at least another day. I think they're a 5-day crop. And our rare seeds take like 24 days. They will take pretty much all of fall to get done. But it will be good to have those. Oh, they are done. How did that happen? Okay, well, that's good. Oh, maybe it was the eggplant that were 5 days? And those were 4? But that's the first field that we can switch over, and I think we do have enough, so I think I'm going to go ahead and start adapting the strategy and go ahead and put in the sprinkler. It may be a little tedious to not just do the 5 water at a time, but like I said, by the time we get through the... I don't even know what the other ones are there. I may have goofed that up a little bit because whatever that crop is to the left of the bok choy may be a recurring crop. I don't remember what it was. It may be the pumpkins. Kind of looks like pumpkin. there goes our energy. And look at this, we're already back up to noon time. Alright, well there's all our stuff. Yeah, those could be yams, right? I think they're yams. Alright, here comes the cow. That's why I wanted to get right back into the water. A lot of times we'll do that before we ever talk to the animals. Hey, Breppers. How you doing? Alright, nothing seedy here. But some stuff to stash away. Sell all the rest of this. We got 10. Whoa. Oh, I didn't realize I was still holding on to the thing. Let's hold 2. 2 of the bok choy. All this can go away as forage, and we'll sell everything else. You go away, you go away. Now, what do we want to do today? The spirits are unhappy. Let's get this for Willie, or I'm sorry, for Elliot. He's going to be our top priority. Oh, we already had one. Need this. Oh, and let's... I don't... Come on, give me a break, game. Are all the... deals going to pop, too? Sell those. Give that. I want... You. One of you. And then 2. And some of that. Wait, no. Oh, shoot. Bop. Oh, no. Alright, well, let's get this done. I don't think it's essential that we get... one of those 2 tappers down. We'll just do them together, and we need more copper. So that being said, should we go back to the mines? Maybe. We did just chop yesterday. We didn't chop many trees, though. And look, I mean, we ended spring at 100, 170, so we've already eaten 30 hops. Man, oh man, oh man. I maybe should have brought the peppers for in the mines. Oh. Let's see what this quest is. We know that. I know. Carp. What? Guess, Willie, but no. I don't even want the carp if I catch them. Okay. We're all going to hang out in the saloon this evening. It's kind of like a Friday tradition, I guess. Ooh, maybe I should take presents to you guys, especially you and Leah. My dream is to keep opening new stores until I become extremely wealthy. You don't want to leave the town. You would become like an administrator instead of a shopkeeper. And based on the frustration you show when you're stuck inside here, you'd be really unsatisfied with that. So let's just keep it local, huh, dude? This isn't ideal. Well then, I don't even have enough to get wheat. That's going to be wasteful, but not much I can do about it. What I should have done was brought all that to Willie instead of to Pierre instead of putting it in the bin. The bok choy and whatever else we had there. Elliot, is he down on the dock? I hope so. Hope you like me, dude. It's kind of those things. Not many people have it, but you were on my birthday. Thank you. This is great. So not loved, but liked. My legs are stiff from sitting at my writing desk all morning. I'm sorry, dude. But I'm glad you're up and walking around. And liked gift. Elliot is now at 3. So I think by the powers of birthday magic, we can now swoop him. Oh, no, his place is empty. But we can get into it now. And I believe that's the last thing that's restricted. I guess the wizard's basement is still restricted too, because we don't have him up to 2, but I don't think the dwarf is holding us back from anything. Hey, how you doing? A beautiful fall day. It's been a while. Dude, fall just started. Can we enjoy it for a bit before we get all doom and gloomy? No Haley inside. I wonder where she's at. Probably up by the fountain again. That's alright. We're going to see Leah on this waste of a day already. I mean, it's not a waste. We got Elliot's birthday gift. Hey, there you are. It just feels kind of like It's a really nice gift, thank you. Does your house have a kitchen? Not yet. We got a kitchen. Cook all kinds of delicious meals. We could cook meals together. Cooking with people? Fun stuff. I gotta cook some food into... Hey, let's try cooking something. So much fun. Alright, well, we will get one of these planted. Oh, I got it. I got how we're going to salvage this situation. Don't miss. We take one of those. You guys know the plan now. We'll sell that. I think our mining aspirations are pretty well done. We're going to waste so much time. Maybe we'll chop some trees on the way back through, and then we'll turn it into gift day. And because of that, let's go... What do we have? We got a lot of these. Let's do those, and let's do those. Alright, so the plan is we're going to go complete the fall forage bundle, which I guess I should just check. Crops, forage. Yeah, we do need the mushroom, but we got it. Weren't missing any of the others. So we'll get fall forage seeds, and that will save our butts, because we can plant those in and not lose the fertilized tiles, or the fact that we just made a sprinkler for that area. I think if Haley was up here, she's probably already gone back home. And I didn't bring great gifts for anybody yet, because I want to go back and plant these. And then we'll go back to the bar, and for the bar crowd, I will think of the gifts that they actually like and bring those specifically. But here we go. 1. And last time I checked, 30 is more than 24, so we can fill in that spot. And, wow. A little bit of good fortune. All right, but now, while we're here, I want to try to get some of the folks that don't go to the bar on Fridays gifts, specifically these guys. And yes, there are better gifts. Ooh, but this is a good one. There are better gifts to be given and gotten, but it was just better to stack. Oh, why? I'm actually baking my famous cookies. I don't think many people walk into a house where cookies are baking and go, what's that? Oh, so good. Nom, 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 nom. What do you think? She actually cries. If you tell her that. That one I have done before. It's awful. Why would you say that? She starts crying. Awful. And I don't know that you get the recipe then. I think you can recover it, but it's just awful. I think I've come to know you well enough just to give you my recipe. Just make sure to keep it a secret. And we get the cookie recipe right there. As opposed to, I think the bailout is, you get it in the mail when you've, sufficiently recovered her hearts and brought her up to max. She forgives you for it someday, but just an awful thing to say. Oh, turn around, please. I'll be honest with you. You need to make some changes in your lifestyle if you want to stay healthy. That's just a part of being a human. Gotta do the maintenance. I'd like you to reduce your sodium intake, always good, and try to get some moderate exercise with your arms. Yeah, it's got to be even tougher. I don't know anybody. I've known people that have been very close to being subjected to lifetimes in wheelchairs and that kind of stuff, but fortunately have been able to recover through some pretty intense therapy. But yeah, the idea of only not being able to use your legs as a vehicle for fitness, it would make it incredibly difficult. I mean, I guess it's no more, the mental challenge is always there. You just got to put in the time and do the work. And the folks that do rely on their arms for propulsion are ripped. Right? Like, when it's not a muscular degenerative condition that has them into a wheelchair, by using those muscles in lieu of your legs, you've got a huge power or a huge advantage. And this is going to sound kind of morbid. I never really considered it, but for paraplegics, people who have a spinal cord injury that only affects their ability to walk and move, I'm wondering, all things being equal, would they then gain a health advantage if, you have nerve damage, they're effectively just dead weight on your body, and you have no movement of your legs due to the the severed spinal column, right? If that's the case, are you, other outside of emotion and psychological and your appearance and all that, are you better off if they just go, you know what, we're going to go ahead and amputate your legs? Because, and this is what I'm thinking right now, of course George should follow Dr. Harvey's advice, by the way, unless he starts talking crazy like I am right now. One of the big advantages to walking and anything like that is your legs act as the supplements to your heart, right? Your calf muscles are kind of called the secondary hearts of your body. They're pushing blood up from your feet to your heart and keeping that blood pressure high, moving stuff around. And when your body doesn't have those, and the act of walking is not cycling your blood and helping to keep all the accumulating trash from metabolism down in your muscles and tissues and stuff down in your legs, keep that moving outward, can be processed out through the lungs and pushed through the heart, and cleaned and refreshed in the kidneys and all that other good stuff to maintain your blood. I don't know. If those are no longer moving and those muscles are just degenerating, does it become kind of, for lack of a better word, dead weight on your body systems, as well as stuff you just have to carry around? And, if you aren't opposed to it, is it better to just have, kind of a mid-thigh leg shortening so that your blood and all that doesn't have to move through all that? It would be fascinating to know if anybody has a medical background or anything like that, let me know. But I certainly, I don't know how often that situation comes up, and if that is even presented, or if that's just another blow to somebody who, formerly had the use of their legs and then is confronted with that. Would be fascinating to know. And how, I guess, how able would the tissue around those amputations be able to recover, right? If there's not a spinal cord connection, even though you can't, even if you can't move them around as much, do the systems that help, recover the tissue over, they usually, I hope this isn't too graphic for people, but usually, if they're going to take off a leg, to make it clean and surgically done, they basically open up the leg and then peel back all the softer tissue to get to the bone, and they cut the bone off much higher and then pull everything back together to make a pad and an end of muscle, as opposed to just a edge of your bone trapped only by skin, right? They cushion all that, and when they're doing it cleanly, they, I presume, round the bone, so there's no jagged edges. It's all smoothed down, and then, staple, stitch, whatever, attach the muscles all back onto that end, and, try to, I'm sure that there's a very well-established technique now to what works best there, what allows for the best healing. I would imagine that, not having the seams of all that tissue right at the end, they would kind of overlap like you're wrapping a gift or something like that, to make sure that then you've got cushion for those stubs, and additionally, the stitches and all that are healing are not having any stretching or applied pressure right on that end. I don't know. Fascinated, though. It's something I've always mentioned, and part of the reason why I've given that more thought. One of my favorite books growing up, and I mentioned it years ago, I haven't talked about it in quite a while, though, Reach for the Sky, the biography of Douglas Bader, who was an RAF World War II Battle of Britain guy, and before World War II actually was in a plane crash accident of his own mistake, but lost both his legs as a result of that. And again, he wasn't paralyzed; that they were just so severely damaged that the doctors, to save his life, had to cut off, his legs at differing heights. But as a kid, I grew up, and this book didn't pull any punches, because that was a part of what he then later relied on in World War II to give him strength through some adverse situations, certainly. Oh, wait, I never gave the gifts. Dang it. All right, blueberry for you. I know, this is very gender profiled. Let's mix it up a little. Would you like a blueberry? How nice. Thank you, dear. You're welcome. Now, I know stereotypes are not... Okay, well, fine then. I don't think a sweet pea would have done much better with George. Pam will be in there. Who else is around that we could maybe go see? Can we get into Jody's before they close at 8? What's up, family? Family, friends? Thank you. This makes my day really special. I don't know. You would love a grape. I'm sorry, dude. We'll try better next time. Ew, it's boiled beetle again. And Sam is actually over at the bar. So, got everybody there. We missed Haley. I should have maybe prioritized Haley, but Haley's way ahead of everybody else. And I don't think, 8 o'clock is just the capper. No matter how welcoming she would be to have me come on in. All right, now we still got folks around, and I talked about coming back to bring back better gifts, but we got to 8:30 with all that story time and the 2 cut scenes with Evelyn and George and Alex. I don't regret anything. Now, we can buy the things that people like that we can buy. We've only got 50 gold. What am I talking about? So we'll just keep rolling the dice here, see who likes stuff and who doesn't. You got that for me? Thanks. You are welcome. Abigail. Hey, how'd you know I was hungry? This looks delicious. Okay, we already talked to her. Sebastian is not going to like this. But he doesn't hate it. Hey, so I picked up corn at the store last night. Mom wanted something good for dinner. Oh, alright. Well, I was up till in this new book, Cave Saga X. Heck yeah. There we go, Cave Saga X. Classic. Even though it's new. But it's classic. We have an in with the publisher. I guess I never finished my talk with Clint. Would you guys like blueberries? I don't know. He's always so weird about stuff. Oh, there we go. Hey, look at that networking. People at 5 stars, I think 10 of them. Or 5 hearts. This is great. Thanks. Thanks. Not as excited. A gift. Thanks. Lewis, who goes out of his way to tell us he likes a good blueberry, doesn't love it. Barney, thank you. You're welcome. I'm trying to talk. Good evening. Yep, we always read that. And Marnie doesn't seem to notice we're there. And Leah. Oh, okay. Well, then let's... Oh, we've already talked to. And it's your birthday, so we already gave a gift to you. And Pam. You did good with this one. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. You're welcome. And thank you. I'm feeling a positive energy from this gift. All right. Awesome. So we got some goodwill. Only Vincent, I think, was... oh, and George, of course, was not thrilled with our choices of gifts. But, all right. So be it. All in all, pretty good. We're going to be able to finish planting out that field, which almost ended in disaster. And while we didn't get any chopping or any mining or anything like that done, I think we salvaged what ended up being a pretty good day. And look at all that. We have pale ales and... another mead. So now I'm going wine here. I maybe should have done one more pale ale, but we're getting to that point of hops where I don't want to go too crazy. I'd rather get a little bit higher cash value and wait on the return. Let's sell one of these and sell those. And the blackberries, these can go down in the seeds. Man, look at this. It's all, oh, we've got full energy though, so who cares? So go put these seeds down in the seed area. What I won't do is stay up to chop. What I may do though is start a slower cooking iron. Copper we're going to be desperate for. We really needed to go get that. But there we go. We are ready for tomorrow. We'll see if we can get down to the mines. And there we go. Had we taken that to Pierre's, none of this would have mattered. We would have had plenty of money to buy all the amaranths. As it is, though, we'll get some foraging, maybe get some more, in the season with more hazelnuts than we'd planned, or should have rightly expected. Ain't called all good. All right. Luck not on our side. That's fine for copper farming. And this time, let's go ahead and just do the watering. We got the... Oh, shoot. Got to get in the habit of closing the barn doors, don't I? I guess it's good that we're just going right into the farming. It's good that we don't have a ton of animals. The problem is The chicks and the duck chick are very hard to spot when they're little and in the grass. So we may not get credit for talking to, or petting, whatever we want to call it, all of the animals. The cows, though, we should be able to find. And it was $4,000 for a goat, right? It's Saturday. Marnie would be around. And here we go. We'll get a little bit of time back now, but I don't know. It's gonna be very minimal gain until all 3 of these are done, or at least a significant section. Because as we talked about with the copper upgrades, there you can water 3 tiles, but you basically spend the energy of watering 2 spots, and we're largely doing the same thing here. Instead of the 5 individual waters, we spend the energy for 3, I guess. I assume that's how that works. But the time and having to use the 3, you're only recouping 1 action when you've done the 3 can waters. Man, that I don't blame you if you have no idea what I'm talking about. It makes sense in my head. But when that whole side is done, and we can just go boop, 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 boop on the ends, and then go back and forth across to, or whichever way, the 3s and the 5s, it will start to save us time and a little bit of energy. As it is, though, just gotta deal with a little bit of this. And really, these are just stopgaps for replacing iridium sprinklers into the mix. Oh, dude. So that we can... Oh! Messing everything up. Oh, grief. That's part of the reason I don't really do this all the time, but get back on cycle here. Here, this is what we should have been doing all along. The problem was up top, I messed it up, and I did, because you're doing the 5s there, you do the vertical things. Whatever. Jody in particular, she doesn't love them, but those make good Jody gifts. I've learned in the past. It sticks out. Alright, done with the watering. Fiasco that it was. Now, where are animals? Can we find any of them? There's the other cow, so I'm guessing neither of them are inside. There's one of you. Here's the other, and then there's somebody. Oh no, where are you? There's 2, and I thought I saw another little wiggle up here somewhere. That's one we've already seen. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, right? Okay, well, off we go. Let's go to the spa. Oh, I was gonna grab those poppers. Shoot. Nope, let's just go to the spa, and then we'll use hops. We've already wasted it now. We'll save the poppers for a good luck deep mine trip when we try to get all the way down to the bottom, because the speed will help us navigate. So I was at the store the other day, and Pierre showed me a sunflower you brought in. Uh-oh. I bought it. Okay. I have everything I need to survive and more. Nature plays a wonderful tune if you can only learn to listen. I hear you, man. I also spend a lot of time reading. One of the reasons I stopped in the valley was for the great library. Yeah, I'm trying to make it better. If you find any books in the ground, I guess just go ahead and throw them on a shelf in there. Anyway, it's weird that you're standing at the window, dude. I'm gonna go swimming now. Uh, maybe good time to go check out the library, Linus. Just, I just kind of want to chill out for a bit, and your face right there is a little awkward. I just, whatever. It's cool. I mean, it's no. How many of us go to public pools in the summertime and there's people sitting all around getting tans and reading books and all that kind of stuff? It's not. It's not that weird. It's just weird that he's kind of standing on the outside and lingering. I think it's kind of by design that it's a little awkward, but whatever. So we got some energy. We wasted some time, but I hadn't done that in a while. Kind of a nice chance to chill out. And again, very soon I expect that we won't have to be too concerned about supplementing what food we do have through purchases or whatever. Oh, sorry, I was pondering some data there. I didn't notice you. It's alright. No, just saying hi. I wish I had a fishing pole. You have an extra one? There's some bubbles over here. Go fishing, dude. The data will be there when you get back. Alright, so it's bad luck. Let's try for... Or without coal is not going to go very far. And we're still just at that point of being so broke and needing the goats and a duck in particular, which is about 10 covers us on all that, but then still needing to replace some of these crops with amaranth until once they pop, we're good to go, right? Because they give enough cash back that you can kind of effectively double the seeds and be very comfortable. There's a piece of coal. Every piece of coal matters. That'll be our ladder. It's a bad luck day. I should have hit every single piece until we get one, but... Hey, Omni-Geode. Alright, often there are chests up here. Not today. I can't get you. Any coal. And, at this point, I should have hit that gray rock. At this point, being in the frozen levels would be way better, because we can't cook much without it, but we are so short on the actual copper ore, we can't really afford not to. Alright, we got a ladder. Don't forget that ladder. But I want a chance for Dougies. They're getting close. There we go. And they, of course, can drop the cherry bombs, of which we got one. They might occasionally even drop coal. And drop anything. Just hunting for the goodies here. And then we'll go back up to that. Oh, now we don't even have to go back up to it. Just go to this. Oh, I see you. I'll go to that one. See you. Oh, got some coal. Good. Let's keep rolling. Rolling. Check over to this side. I don't think this is too bad a luck day. Certainly can't complain. Got a little bit of wood, but that's one batch of cooked copper, right? This isn't gonna light the world on fire, but it would let us get that next tapper that we need and a couple more kegs. Kegs equal money. money equals the ability to upgrade our pack and our house probably first, as we're still working on the materials to do the deluxe barn and coop. Still only 4 coal. What a mess. And then I went up too high there. Ooh. Is this a full-on mushroom level or just random mushroom on a level? I don't even know if you can technically have it. That's good. I have a mushroom level this high in the mine. It always seems backwards, but these aren't the lower levels of the mine. It's not the bottom we're getting to. Anything? A little more combat and be a piece of coal. Am I wrong in thinking that those gray rocks have a better chance of coal? I mean, I know they have the multiple stone pieces, so they're good for that reason, but well, I think what this is there any more? What this may mean for us regardless is, that was a low blow. That we won't. Oh, there we go. Finally, 2 pieces, and that was out of one of these great rocks. We won't eat heavy. We'll probably call it good when our energy gets low enough. I think the energy will probably set us up for a good normal bedtime, not a late night trip down here. Because why waste late night on these upper levels? Getting a little tight. Oh, you're on the other side of the ladder. Alright. Low energy, any... Thank you. I'm going to say anything combatable before we go. We got 16, right? These are costing us 2 energy per... There we go. It's 11:10. Leave the mine. We actually ended up, so we'll probably get home just a touch late, but we did end up with enough coal for 2 batches of cooking, and I think we're going to do all copper there. Sadly, we did not get back in enough time to go cash in from Clint, but he motivated us, so all props to him. And here we go. We are going to be too full for that, but now let's close up our barn doors. Hope all our little critters are doing well. And being that we're already just past, let's put everything in its proper homes. Some algae, some bug meat. We'll sort all that out eventually. Ooh, we got a yam. Very seasonable. Those come out of the duggies too. Oh, here. Pop. Pop, 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 pop. And we'll we'll hang on to those and those until tomorrow. Grab that back out. Switch out that just in case. I don't know that anything's going to be really ready to go, but... Alright. Good night of sleep. No levels, anything. 1776, how about that? Very patriotic eggplant. And it was all the eggplant. Got us there. But those, again, will keep going now. So we can count on not having to replace that crop and just getting more and more money out of it. And there we go. We're up to 67. Cloudy gusts of wind throughout the day. That's fall-like. Although here in Colorado this year, it's very spring-like. Again, not lucky. Good opportunity for foragey stuff. Greens, Queen of Sauce. Mouth-watering recipe tortillas. Yeah, that's a new one. Good, good. Got some copper bars here. Oh, and I was supposed to get those in. Alright, so this time we don't have to worry about the cows and chickens escaping our notice. We'll go pet them. Chickens and duck. How could we forget our duck friend? Nothing else yet. That's too bad. Alright, here we go. Watering chores. We'll try to do a better job of the quality sprinkler section there. Not make a complete hash of that. And no rush to get back to the copper because we're out of coal. We can't cook anything else, so... But, in this bad luck, we can double check our trees for tapper needs and make some more kegs. More kegs equals more cash equals more pets. Animals. Herds, I guess. Or flocks. Ooh, another fun fact from yesterday. Did you know that in goats, the same terms apply as for deer? I didn't know this. They could have been pulling my leg too. I don't know, but a female goat is a doe, and a male goat is a buck. Apparently, I did not know that. I don't know if there are other terms or if it's just appropriate to use those. I don't know if there are particular animals for whom those are absolutely incorrect. Like, normally you would look at a male cow and say that's a bull, right? Could you, just for fun and variety, call it a buck? I don't know. And certainly a young goat, I think most people are familiar with the term a kid for a young goat. But why wouldn't that also be a fawn then? And why would those terms apply to goats and deer? Are they in a particular animal family? I love those obscure, fun little names for groups of animals, like murder of crows or pod of whales, right? And the gender ones are equally kind of just, whimsical from a time when, nowadays it's like, well, I don't know if we would have arrived at quite the same stuff, but they made a lot of sense to the people who were using those terms, and a lot of times there's some sort of a reason if you bother to look for why they grew up. I'm going to just probably maddeningly not finish the watering, but I don't want to forget that, and I don't want something to spread and prevent those trees from getting their last stage of growth or the fruit when it comes, so it's pretty important. I would also, once the money starts raining in, and we'll still have lots of stuff we need to spend on, but it's like 5,500 or 6,000 to get everything we need for the spring fruit trees planted. So that would be money well spent before winter, so that when spring comes around, they're fully ready to go. Again, I'd like to get up to 10 grand. Oh my goodness, we already have chicken eggs. How awesome is that? We should look. Shedderf, you look really happy. Oh, we missed petting you. That's why you didn't grow up. That must have been the third, and that kind of stinks that we got the one. Now, the cows are slower. Maybe the chickens are just faster too. Are you a baby too? Yep. Okay, but we need to start preparing for the fact that they're gonna have milk. So maybe we don't want to go all out on kegs today. Maybe we want to keep some of that stuff. Check the recipes. Let's sell that. Let's drop off these rice from yesterday. Here. Let's clean up this and that. Cheer on that tree. Come on, little tree, you can do it. All right, we do have a little bit more coal. Let's see how things are sitting. These are just examples of eggs, but they don't go into the bundle, right? We need a bit more, or we need large eggs. So, first things first. Cheese press, 1 copper, 10 hardwood, stone, and wood. We've got all of that. And I think having 2 of those ready to go is important. Mayo machine. Let's just go ahead and get 2 of each, because we can start making mayos out of these right away. And even though we won't have quality mayos from the small eggs, people don't complain, oh, that mayo was really trash that you sold to Pierre's or that ended up in Pierre's. So I think let's go ahead and get our stuff together. As we can see, we've got plenty here to make. So we'll need 4 copper, all the wood we can get. That might be our limiting factor for a bit. Half the wood, and then it was 2 earth crystals, I believe. So 1, 2. Now, 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, we do have enough. 1, 2. All right. We may not, particularly with the birds, we may not need the chest immediately, but and eventually it'll be a pain. We'll have to swap it to get the auto grabbers down. But with that in mind, we're going to leave a space. That's where the auto grabber will go. We'll put 1 chest. Why? What? I don't understand. Why won't it let me put that? It wouldn't let me stick it there. And then we want the cheese presses here. This is the cow area. What is the deal? I ran into this before, where the spot placement was weird. Guess we'll just have to get used to it again. Something with the windowing. It just, even though it's showing the outline in green, you're not in the right spot. All right, but since we don't have a kitchen yet, where did that brown egg go? Why didn't you go into your spot? We will make some mayo and have a little bit more money as a result. Thank you, chickens, for your eggs. I know you don't feel bad about it, even though Marnie worries. Now, Sunday. That goes away. Let's put that into place. I may still save that because we may come back and these. Let's take one to boost our forage. And get things going. Now, it's Sunday. She's going to lock herself away for 2 days. One Monday she goes grocery shopping. Tuesday she goes exercising. So, even though we don't have the 10 grand, I want to fully vet this out. I'm going to go ahead and get another goat. Or a goat. Chucku sounds fine. And I think we can still get a duck. Yeah, so let's get a duck too. Although, I don't know if we can swing this time-wise. She closes earlier than some stores. Run over here before we spend all our money in case there's something awesome like a rabbit's foot or a... I don't have anything you're really going to like. I don't know. Something that helps us finish out a bundle. It's a strong gift, but unnecessary. We don't need those. Pufferfish for $1,000. It's not the cheapest. We can do both. We can have it all. We still need... No, we bought a sandfish too, right? This will finish out the specialty fish. And then we're just looking at a cockle, right? Maybe then it's time to build the thing so we can free the boulder and have a pan and maybe do some panning for the first time ever. So yeah, let's do this. Now let's run back over and hope that Marnie is still there and we'll buy the second duck. And then we will, I don't know, maybe we'll skip the secret woods and just go up to the farm. Oh, shoot, this is dumb. I want to talk to you. I want you to be my friend, but I also want to buy a duck. Before you close up shop, we can talk after the business is done. Duck. Rosu. Sounds good. All right. Now, Shane, what's up, buddy? It's 3:40. Should I throw a frozen pizza in the microwave or should I wait? I don't know. You want a snack? Is it a big pizza or a little pizza? So many questions. All right. So, let's forage. Forage like the wind that is blowing all the leaves past us. And this is mainly more so than clearing or any of that. This is about getting wood because we went down to like 22 after building those chests and those two mayo and cheese presses each. Don't you fall in that lake. I think maybe our ring saved everything there. Come on. Maybe we lost one. It said 17. Is it 18 out of a tree? Dozen for the tree and 6 stump. If memory serves. Alright, well, we're definitely winding out this day, but I want to take this chance to thank everybody that dropped in. Always appreciate the folks that are in chat, whether you're just hanging out and enjoying the stream and not doing other stuff, right? I many times I'm a lurk. Team Lurk is strong with me, but thanks for being there. I do appreciate y'all. And for those of you guys in the VODs, thank you so much. It's incredible how many views there are, and I was very warned and reassured, I guess, by the fact that when I started posting these back up on the YouTube, there was certainly a spike of initial interest, and that could be two things. One, Stardew does not do historically as well on YouTube as Minecraft does. And for you Minecraft folks, don't worry. I know you have no reason to believe me at this point, but I have not forgotten about Slow Cooker. It's not going anywhere. Or Toe, I'm sorry, Slow Cooker is out there too. Slow Cooker is much more on life support than Toe has to worry about being. We'll see if we ever get back to Slow Cooker again. Might be fun to revisit it though, because it is still all predates 119, 118, right? 119 is going to be here before I know it. And by the way, I really should get back to Toe quickly and see if we can jam through the how did we get here, because it sounds like it is going to be a massive new challenge, and every time you think that's going to make it impossible, right? The idea that you will now have to manage the warden, and there's some kind of a warden effect. You guys know better than I do what it is, because you'll play snapshots and probably have already experienced it, but adding the warden effect to how did we get here is going to be a big old challenge. So if I'm not just making it more of a headache, I should be knocking out how did we get here right now before whenever the update is that puts us all into 119. So yeah, anyway, I have not abandoned Toe. It is still there. It is alive and well. And I want to make sure that we do get back into that. That being said, I'd also like to revisit I forgot what we called that one. Our latest world that is growing up beside us. Alright, so pufferfish, that will finish out a bundle. Let's go sell this blackberry. Man, what? It was kind of I can look here. Getting savvy. That's our current world, I think. And I actually made another one recently. I think it was maybe Friday. I was just had like 10 minutes, not much time at all, not enough time to record a video. But I was like, yeah, you know what? If I'm not going to touch getting savvy, I don't have enough time to really go into a big resource gather or anything like that. Let's make this other world. It's kind of fun. It doesn't have the natural base. I've kind of laid out a building area on the flats, but the biomes are cool, and I had a couple of desert villages and a temple that are all interconnected by water and not incredibly far from spawn, not right on top of it either, but I've already seen a panda. I've got all kinds of animals around, lots of area that we could do the various farming and all that kind of stuff and still do some building. So I'm tempted. I don't know. I mean, the cool thing about getting savvy is that we're built into that cliff. So our house is already very well advanced, but that staircase is intimidating. That's going to take a lot of resources that we're not clearing. The advantage is we've lit everything up. We can express elevator down to the very depths and be set up to be down in deep slate and diamonds and all that other good stuff down there. I don't have any resources stockpiled really that I want to use to build up the XP farm or anything like that. In this other world, I've already been pulling, like sand and getting ideas of how I could use those kind of things. Lots of that kind of stuff is around that we could make use of. So I don't know. But Minecraft will probably be making a reappearance sooner rather than later. But as is often the case, that's going to kind of wrap us up here. We'll go to bed and see the final tally, see if we got any levels or anything as a result of our efforts here in this last day of Minecraft, or of Stardew today. We got through the first week of fall pretty good. We've got a birthday coming up next week, but we knocked out two and didn't miss either. Penny, who vaulted up in our esteem. Elliot, who at least got out of the cellar and lets us into his cabin now. So we'll work to get Leah and Abigail caught up as well. They both have upcoming birthdays. I don't know if is Leah's in the winter, maybe. Abigail's, I think, is sometime right around Halloween, right? So she's getting close, and we've got a number of things that she really likes that we can give her as gifts. So all three of those again are going to be our areas of emphasis on relationships, getting some cutscenes, and picking one that we want to settle down with. And frankly, don't spoil for me because, like I said, outside of Penny, I don't know that I've seen their 10 heart things. I probably have. They just don't stand out to me, so it'd be fun to see those again. Kind of have aha moments. We get a couple recipes. We built up a lot of infrastructure in addition to the big fish. Right, kicked us off in this stream. We got ghost fish, tiger trout, walleye. So we finished out a lot of bundles. We just bought the puffer fish that will finish out the specialty fish, and then I think the last remaining is just to get that cockle. But if we haven't found that, it will be time to just suck it up, make a crab pot of our own. We can throw it down in fresh water, and the first time it doesn't catch trash, that will finish us out. So, good thing to do there, and getting additional ones that we can then start using for lobster would be very good. It's just odd. Usually, through persistence and going down to the beach, I don't have any problem eventually getting the whatever the odd one out is, getting it as just a random thing so that I can get all the crab pots. But we're doing very well. We're over 150 grand for the season, and it is just the first week of fall. That money will start flowing in much more prolifically, considering the size of our farm and the fact that we should now be very well set up to buy more amaranth to replace all of our one-shot crops. The only one that I will probably replant will be more pumpkins. Having extra of those are good, but in terms of yams, bok choy, which we already did, and the fairy roses, I think those are the others. Those will all get switched over to amaranth as well. We'll just keep flipping that out, and as those ripen, we'll drop down a couple more quality sprinklers and have that pattern so that ultimately we have to do less watering to finish out all the fields. And then who knows, by winter maybe we'll be starting to perhaps buy and or get some iridium. If we get some lucky days, it's about time to look at finishing up the mine and at least having the opportunity to push towards the skull cave. But we need, what's the total price? Like 50 grand ballpark to reinstitute the bus. And we still haven't even found our fire quartz yet to reinstitute the minecart. So got lots of stuff to do. The greenhouse though should come along here very quickly. Our fall crops will finish up very shortly, and then I believe it's just animals, right? And we now have everything that we need represented, and already have one item that can help us out, that being the wool. So between them, I think duck egg, two large eggs, a white and a brown, and a large cow milk would get us done. And then from there on, it's just all profit. And we've got a greenhouse that we may well be set up with here in a week and a half, probably by the fair, I would think, and can start with coffee and strawberries, and those I'm never going to want to hand water in the greenhouse other than just getting the crop started. But we probably will go all quality there, quality sprinklers, and just do limited plantings. That would be eight times 4, 32. I think we could probably start all that with coffee. Um, and would until we get iridium sprinklers, don't need to start worrying about splitting those out into strawberries and coffee beans until whenever we eventually get an ancient seed. But growing coffee beans all through the winter and just turning the strawberries that we have, we could have both coffee and strawberries set to do by that point, hopefully 72 tiles each, and get big spring start and 2 seasons of coffee already spoken for right out of the gate. So that's kind of the look forward, the preview for the next stream. If you've enjoyed this one, if you stumbled across it, are checking us out over on YouTube and seeing this for the first time and you made it through this far, you are a hero. Thanks so much for watching all the way through. If you skip forward to the end, hey, there's a lot of good stuff hidden away in there. Jump around a little bit, see if the topic, whatever it is we're talking about while we're playing, is something that interests you, perks up your ears, and, slide around the player like we all do. But I hope you like that. If you've got a big desire, or like, dude, you're trying my patience here. We have not had any Minecraft in a long time and are itching for it. Let me know that. Speak up. I appreciate it and will do my best to accommodate. But I've been having a lot of fun here, and I think with 7 weeks basically left in year one, maybe we'll keep pushing on that for the next couple days, and then hit Minecraft back hard again. I don't know. Let me know what your thoughts are, what you'd like to see. Likes and comments, like I said, always appreciated over on the YouTube side. Follows here in Twitch and subscriptions over on YouTube. They're all great. And can't wait to see you for the next one. Oh, wait, we haven't even finished yet. Here, let's get into bed. Not that I'll remember, but it's only 10. That's all right. It's the weather. It was cold and windy for tomorrow. Yeah. All right. Am I missing anything that I should be doing since it's 10 and we just got into talk mode? We closed the things. Did we go up here and get these? Nope. And I could maybe make those tappers too. I need 2 of them. More tappers. All right. That's the good stuff. And we still probably have enough now to do one or the other of the builds on the deluxes. Really like to get to that point because it automates the feeding. That's important. At the moment, it's not too critical because we have so few relative animals that we don't have to restock even on rainy days, and right now they can go out and not decimate our grass crops just by grabbing a mouthful here and there, but that will soon change. Okay, that's a much more appropriate bedtime, and we have a little bit more positive to show for it. Ooh, look at that! Well, that's a welcome visit from the witch. Thanks, witch. Now, I don't think she changes a chicken. I think she leaves the egg, right? And so it will be the first thing that we throw on the incubator. Very good. That'll be a surprise for us tomorrow because I'm sure I'll forget about it. Didn't do very well on the cash. Corn is not king when it comes to income, but hey, another after 1776, 1066, another very significant historical year for our fellow friends across the pond, and the place where I very briefly, as a infant and barely toddler, held my dual citizenship. So very cool. No new levels, so this is going to do us. Good night, geese or ducks or whatever you are. Sleep well. When you find your lake, settle down on safely. All right, there we go. That's how we will start things off tomorrow. You guys are awesome. See you back next time. And take care. Hope you have an awesome end to your weekends. And stay awesome out there. Get outside. See what's going on out in the world. Bye now.